Okay, are we all here ready to start? City staff, can we start?
Mayor, if we can have about 30 seconds, we will be ready, just transitioning from our prior meeting.
Thank you. Let me know when you're ready, please.
Mayor, we are ready.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the San Bruno City Council special meeting of June the 14th, 2022. Called it to order. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Hamilton?
Here.
Councilmember Marty Medina?
Here.
Councilmember Salazar?
Here.
Vice Mayor Mason?
Here.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Here. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to item 3, public comments for items not on the agenda. So we do have a study session, which is on the shoreline project. So that you can speak on at that time. But if it's for anything else that's not on the agenda, now would be the time to please raise your hand. And so we can bring you into the room. Individuals have up to 3 minutes. It is council policy to refer matters in this forum to staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. So that concludes the council for discussing matters that are not agendized pursuant to state law. I'm last call for any items on the agenda that are not on the agenda under public comment currently. Seeing none, and I know I'll be stopped if a hand goes up, we will move on to item 4, which is the study session while we're here this evening. Item A, adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute the Transportation and Infrastructure Municipal Services Agreement for the South Line project. I'd like to turn it over at this time to the city manager, Javon Grogan, and then we will have presented.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Medina, members of the City Council, and members of the public. Javon Grogan, City Manager. As the Mayor noted, we are here to discuss and have an action tonight on a resolution approving the City Manager to execute a Transportation and Infrastructure as well as Municipal Services Agreement for the South Line project. The South Line project is an office development within the city of South San Francisco, but there's a request for that project to have an intersection improvement and an opening of the intersection at the corner of Sneath and Huntington, turning it into a 4-way intersection. So as the City Council and the public that have been following this project knows, we've had a number of meetings and community engagement sessions on this potential project. And just last, we held a City Council study session on May 24th. And so staff has prepared a presentation for the City Council tonight that will provide an overview of the project, discuss a number of the improvements, provide a high-level overview, should I say, of the improvements, the improvement agreement, as well as provide responses to the City Council's questions on May 24th. Those questions were provided in your staff report. We will not go through each of them in detail, but we will be ready and prepared to answer questions. And I will turn the presentation over now to the city's engineer, Haywan Ritchie. I also want to note that you have a number of staff from various departments on the meeting virtually, ready to assist. Several panelists, Ed Schaefer, a special outside counsel that has supported the city with legal and development counsel for this project. We also have Patrick O'Keefe that has supported the city with negotiation of the transportation improvements and is available to respond to any questions, as well as the city's contract traffic engineer, Saeed Bakri, is here to provide answers to questions as he was on May 24th. Haywan Ritchie, please take it away.
Thank you, City Manager Grogan, for that introduction. I will now share my screen presentation. And so, as introduced, my name is Helen Ritchie, City Engineer. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. The item before I have you tonight for consideration is the Southland Transportation Infrastructure Municipal Services Agreement for your approval. The meeting purpose. The main purpose of tonight's meeting primarily includes reviewing the City of San Bruno's work associated with the Southland project and recommending Council take action. I will provide a general review of the Southland project, which is a development project in the City of South San Francisco, review the associated new intersection at Huntington Avenue near Sneath that is proposed by the project, which is why this item is before San Bruno City Council this evening, touch on questions raised during the last special meeting that occurred on May 24th. Specifically diving into the community engagement and public outreach was of interest by the majority of council that evening. Discuss the proposed Transportation Infrastructure Municipal Services Agreement, the main key elements and the necessary timing for its approval to receive the developer contributions. And lastly, recommend City Council adopt the resolution authorizing the City Manager to execute the agreement, which would effectively approve the new intersection and provide up to $10.6 million in developer contributions towards San Bruno transportation and beautification projects. This dollar figure is in addition to the developer paying to design and construct the new intersection that's being proposed. So this is an agenda slide which closely aligns with the meeting purpose slide just prior. I'll provide an overview of the development project, role of the City of San Bruno intersection approval, discuss the previous special meeting on the intersection and agreement, discuss prior community engagement efforts, review tonight's public outreach efforts, which is extensive, and discuss the agreement and the intersection approval process and next steps. So first, I'd like to start with the project overview. So some of this may be a repeat, but to benefit those who may have not had the benefit of listening to previous presentations. Shown on this map is the border between South San Francisco and San Bruno. This orange line here shows the approximate city limits. As you can see, the Southline development, which is here in blue, is fully within the City of South San Francisco. It is just on the north side of Tanfan Avenue, which borders San Bruno and South San Francisco. The 5th Edition neighborhood is just south of the proposed development site. This project is in proximity to Tanfan, San Bruno BART station, as well as the South San Francisco and San Bruno Caltrain stations. Highway 101, 380, and 280 off to the left is proximity, as well as the San Francisco International Airport. So this project site is approximately 28 acres, and the developer has proposed to the City of South San Francisco up to 2.8 million square feet of office and research and development space. Providing some additional detail, there will be six-story buildings, 1 amenity building, 2 parking garages, 7 acres of green space and landscape area, and this project transforms connectivity transit options and connects to the new cycle track on Huntington Avenue, the main key component being the new intersection at Sneath and Huntington, where San Bruno has review and approval authority, is regarding the new intersection opening. So currently where Huntington curves into Sneath, a new intersection is proposed with the new road extending into the development. So here we have Huntington, and its current alignment, it curves into Sneath, and this road does not currently exist, but this new road would be created with the development. So this intersection is up for Council's action tonight, an agreement that would allow for the intersection and provide developer contributions. So this slide shows the intersection and the treatment of Tanfan Avenue more closely. There is a new intersection at Huntington Avenue and Sneath where it intersects with a new road in the existing South Maple Avenue in San Francisco. There was a question by a council member on May 24th regarding the naming of the road. Certainly makes sense not to have a short stretch of road that goes east-west Huntington when Huntington Avenue for the majority goes north-south. This will be further investigated if the intersection is approved tonight and as part of the mapping process. And we have already passed this observation on to our surveyor, so they are aware of it. Tanfan Tanfan Avenue, which currently connects with South Maple Avenue, will become cul-de-sac-like, which will have a calming effect on Tanfan Avenue and would be a benefit to the homes on the south side of Tanfan Avenue. The driveways and accesses along Tanfan Avenue on the north side will be removed, and a parklet will be installed in private site with a substantial setback. So Huntington Avenue, residents could still travel north on Huntington Avenue East and take a right onto Tanfan Avenue. Tanfan Avenue is two-way, however, they will not be able to make a left on Huntington Avenue East. It is quite narrow, so they would have to use the circle to turn around. So this image provides conditions as they currently are with the warehouse buildings, parking lots, and various driveways. This is another image that shows the existing Tanfan Avenue looking east toward Herman Avenue and the industrial uses during early morning hours. Something we did hear from residents on Tanfan Avenue during a community engagement workshop was that they'll be glad not to see the truck there anymore, blocking their driveways. So this is a rendering of Tanfan Avenue with the installation of the linear parklet on the private property. As you can see, there's a setback here and community features and amenities. This concept has received favorable feedback from the neighborhood. There was a community engagement event on April 20th of this year that solicited feedback from the neighborhood potential amenities that the public could utilize. One of the amenities favored by participants in the outreach workshop was for shaded areas and game tables. In response, the developer updated the rendering to include this one that shows the shade features and picnic areas and places for people to gather. So I'd like to next pivot into discussing from the project overview to discussing the new proposed intersection. So at first blush, one might initially wonder on the benefits of the intersection to San Bruno and the increased traffic. As a reminder, the development project is within the city of South Francisco, and the project EIR did have a no intersection alternative. However, upon further evaluations, San Bruno staff and its traffic engineering consultant working on behalf of San Bruno determined that encouraging traffic to flow on the arterial roads meant for greater traffic volumes would be preferable to drivers using local roads. Choosing this alternative would also mean that there would be no connectivity improvements near the San Bruno BART station that would be associated with the project. And so really what the intersection would allow for, actually I can go to the next one, with the intersection, the trips would be shifted to the arterial roadways, reducing trips traveling on San Bruno residential street. So the project was, there was an EIR alternative that did evaluate the no intersection alternative, and the project could be approved that way, but the traffic will then utilize Herman and Tanfan Avenue to circulate through the project. And so this previous slide shows some traffic patterns that could be seen. And then with the intersection, that traffic would be encouraged to take the larger arterial roads. So trips from Tanfan Avenue would also be removed due to its new configuration here. And so again, we'd have that traffic calming feature on Tanfan Avenue. So this image shows Huntington Avenue in its existing conditions. The BART parking is to the left. The fifth addition is to the right. The upper right-hand corner is the Southline development. This is a rendering of the realigned Tanfan Avenue and the new intersection. Again, BART parking, fifth edition development, and here we have the new intersection that goes into the new road, and then Tanfan becomes cul-de-sac-like. So this slide summarizes the intersection features. It creates a new intersection to replace the existing Huntington-Sneath curve. It provides project access with the new intersection using the arterial roads, improves access from, and so with the intersection, there would also be improved access coming from the north to Tanfan, and so there'd be improved access from north to Tanfan via connections with South Maple Avenue. This project will also construct a portion of the San Bruno cycle track. And so staff, in summary, believes that the new intersection provides greater operational efficiency with less neighborhood impacts. In order to approve this intersection, the developer would be entering into a transportation infrastructure municipal services agreement with the city of San Bruno and provide $10.6 million in developer contributions. I will be discussing further on which transportation projects are included in the basis of the amount. And along with the intersection, the infrastructure agreement, there would be an improvement, maintenance agreement, the stormwater treatment measures agreement, and an encroachment permit that would be issued by the city should the agreement be approved tonight. So San Bruno's approval role project is within the city of South San Francisco, so they are the lead agency for the CEQA review and project entitlements. CEQA has analyzed the project with and without the intersection. San Bruno provided input on the conditions of approval related to mitigation of impacts within San Bruno city limits, and that's mitigation with the small m, not related to CEQA, but level of service. And San Bruno will be issuing encroachment permits only for the Huntington Avenue intersection improvements within the city should this intersection be approved. So the traffic study was prepared for the project that evaluated level of service. As we know, CEQA now evaluates vehicle miles traveled, or VMT. The LOS was discussed at much greater length at the May 24th meeting, so I won't go through all those details, but to summarize, 3 intersections level of service, or LOS, which is a measure of intersection operation, we're expected to go to LOS F. On a scale of A through F, A being free-flowing and F being delays of over 80 seconds. This impact would occur with or without the project due to the anticipated regional growth, including within the city of San Bruno. The project would increase trips 3 to 10%. A traffic signal was also found to be warranted at the intersection of Herman and Huntington Avenue. So if the agreement is approved by the City Council tonight, the developer will contribute funds to improve those intersections operations back into acceptable level and pay for the installation of traffic signal at Herman and Huntington Avenue, in addition to other transportation projects, which I will get into. Without these funds, San Bruno will have to use local funds should it want to improve these intersections operations. So I will next touch on the questions that were received from City Council on May 24th. So there was a wide range of questions raised by City Council during the May 24th meeting. I would like to orient Council, and as City Manager Grogan mentioned, those questions are available in the staff report packet. It can be found as attachment E. And if there's additional items that staff or the council would like clarification on, we can go through those. But these are listed. There were 16, and responses were provided. A major discussion item was related to public outreach and community engagement. The extensive outreach efforts made by city staff and the developer related to the project will be detailed in the following slides. I did want to note that one of the comments, the developer in direct response to the comment about the anticipated construction impacts, they have set up a meeting on June 22nd, and they have noticed the homes on Tanfan, Atlantic Pacific, and Bayshore North, and the homes north of Bayshore North, about this community meeting to discuss the pre-construction. And so if there's questions or concerns, this would be a great opportunity for the community to discuss directly with the developer on those activities. So I would like to next pivot to the community outreach, which is a big component. So the next dozen or so slides are devoted to engagement and public outreach. So for tonight's meeting, we sent out a mailer, and we typically would translate those into English and Spanish, but there was a desire to reach a broader audience, and so provided on the back side of the mailer were translations in 8 languages, including Spanish, Chinese, Japanese, Filipino, Hindi, Arabic, and Russian. Pretty much it tells them, if you have any additional questions, to please contact the contact person in order to get additional translation services. The developers team also hand-delivered to those neighborhoods, Tanfan, Pacific, Atlantic, Bayshore North, and I will go through and see the mailers were sent to 1,000 feet. So initially we mailed to this area in blue, sorry, using the wrong screen. Mailers were sent to these residences and businesses in blue, and then also 1,000 feet surrounding the intersection. There were approximately, I believe, over 300 residences and businesses in this area that's blue, and then this additional 1,000 feet added 30 parcels. We also use San Bruno's social media, Nextdoor, Facebook, and Instagram to notice this meeting. We had also emails from the community engagement sign-in sheet and also the parking surveys that were collected on April 20th. And so they were also provided an email notifying them of the meeting tonight. And then the developer did go door to door and knock on the doors. They delivered to 105 residences and spoke with 20 plus residents. We posted the June 14 meeting on our website, so Corbinize, the developer's website, was updated, as well as the city of San Bruno's. So as you can see, there was quite an extensive effort to outreach to the community for the meeting this evening. I would like to provide the community engagement timeline. So community engagement has been occurring for a couple years now, starting on May 6th, not too long after the pandemic had first had the shelter in place. The developer had the community engagement that was virtual. And so this slide lists all the various engagements, either by the developer, San Bruno, or the city of South San Francisco that had outreach to San Bruno residents. And so as you can see, we have various community meetings, South San Francisco Scoping, Planning Commission, DER public comment meeting, and then I will be discussing a little bit further April 20th and May 3rd community meetings, one led by the developer and one led by San Bruno, one in person and one virtual. And then of course we had the May 24th meeting last month. South San Francisco had their Planning Commission meeting, which was virtual on June 2nd, and tonight we have the June 14th meeting. And looking forward, we have the June 22nd meeting, which is a pre-construction meeting that's in person. The developer will be leading. And the South San Francisco City Council meeting to approve the project is currently scheduled for July 13th. So as mentioned, Lane Partners and the city had various outreach events. Lane Partners held multiple meetings since 2020. They had an in-person meeting on April 20th. The city of San Bruno took advantage of the April 20th meeting and sent out resident parking program surveys. We also followed up with a virtual community meeting on May 3rd should people not want to meet in person. So a virtual meeting was provided. We had the May 24th study session, and then there's more information for in San Bruno, South San Francisco, and the developers' websites here. I'll briefly touch on the developer-led engagement. We're in communications with San Bruno and South San Francisco since 2019. There are multiple outreach efforts in English and Spanish. Spanish translation was provided on April 20th and May 3rd. Additional outreach efforts were provided in these other languages I previously mentioned. There's ongoing use of the developer's website. Regular check-ins are provided, updates provided for San Bruno and South Francisco policymakers and staff. Project posted on both of the agencies' websites, and there was targeted outreach to both San Bruno residents and South San Francisco industrial tenants. So I'll quickly just run through these real quick. The next slides show the mailers that were sent. This was May 6th, April 20th, May 3rd, June 14th, And then this is the one that was sent most recently regarding the June 22nd pre-construction meeting. We have websites here. This is San Bruno City's website. This is South San Francisco's website. And the developer Lane Partners website. So Lane Partners website has received around 200 comments and has approximately 100 followers. And the pages include translations in English, Spanish, and Tagalog. So I would like to next discuss the Transportation Infrastructure Municipal Services Agreement. What this agreement would do would be to approve the new intersection opening which is primarily in the city of South San Francisco, but a portion of it is within San Bruno, and therefore San Bruno has approval authority over that intersection. It sets forth the developer obligation to pay the city $10.6 million in transportation projects. When the new intersection encroachment permit is issued, the city with this agreement agrees not to approach the project. This agreement must be approved prior to South San Francisco approving their projects in order to be in effect. And there isn't also an alternative payment. For some reason, if the agreement gets approved and the developer decides not to construct the agreement, then there's an alternate payment should that happen if the intersection is not built. So these are a list of projects, high overview of the projects that were contributing to the agreement. So a portion of the projects is existing intersection operations. So intersection operations, sorry, this should be future. These are existing intersections, but it would improve the operations in the future. So the Sneath I-280 off-ramp, the new Huntington Herman signal, San Bruno Cherry intersection, El Camino Real Sneath operations, and El Camino Real San Bruno operations. There would also be a substantial portion dedicated to beautification and bike ped transportation, which includes the Huntington cycle track and Bayshore Circle improvements. And lastly, there would be a lump sum payment for police department traffic control measures. So I would like to discuss the approval process and next steps. The approval process, we did have a study session last month. South San Francisco in their June 2nd meeting did vote on the project's approval 6-0. Tonight, we are requesting City Council's action on the agreement and looking forward, South San Francisco City Council hearing, certification to BIR, project approval consideration is anticipated to occur in July. San Bruno, should the intersection be approved, would go to its TSPC and BPAC in fall of 2022. BART property acquisitions, which would be required, and various encroachment permits are anticipated in winter of 22-23, and city staff would approve improvement agreements and maintenance agreements and issue the encroachment permit anticipated sometime in winter 22-23. So to summarize, staff has studied this new intersection opening at Huntington Avenue. We've worked with the developer to engage the community on multiple occasions, at least 7 where the San Bruno community were outreached. Staff negotiated a $10.6 million deal for transportation projects and measures. So staff tonight recommends that City Council authorize the city manager to execute the Transportation and Infrastructure Municipal Services Agreement. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Appreciate it. At this time, are there any questions on the presentation from my colleagues? Then we're going to go to the public for any of their comments. Then we'll bring it back to the City Council for comments, deliberation, or action. So questions on the presentation from colleagues. Vice Mayor Mason.
Just around the parking and whether the residents would be able to use the parking lot. That was one of the questions asked a couple of times now. Thank you.
And I believe that was responded to within the questions in the packet. So there is that, but if I could ask the city manager maybe if that's possible, or I can have my information here. I can try to find it.
Sure. I'll ask our Deputy Director, City Engineer Haywan Ritchie, to refer to that question. Council, it is on attachment E in your packet, and Haywan, would you respond?
Yes, I can. I will refer to the packet in the response. Let's see. The Southline parking structures will be available to project tenants, visitors, and affiliates, but not available to the public. The City of South San Francisco zoning code does not allow for privately owned operated parking facilities offered for public use in this area, and South San Francisco is proposing to carry through this restriction in the Southline specific plan. These regulations are similar to those adopted for San Bruno Bay Hill specific plan, which does not permit commercial parking structures or lots available to the public.
Thank you for reading that. Can I ask some follow-up questions on that?
Please, Vice Mayor.
So if I can, we can talk to the Southline developers. What was explored when coming up with that answer?
Sure. I see Marcus Gilmore from Lane Partners.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the help. Mr. Gilmore, to the Vice Mayor, please.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. So we reached out to staff at South San Francisco and the city attorney at South San Francisco to explore this a little bit further, and learned that the current zoning code in that area doesn't allow for public parking in privately owned parking garages. And so that was one path that we took to explore this a little bit further with our team. In addition to that, there's some operational and security challenges that we thought would be too burdensome for our management team to overcome. For example, if residents were allowed to park overnight, how would we be able to make sure that they were out of the parking garage by, say, 6:30 or 7, so that our tenants could park in the parking spaces allocated to them? So things like that, that was another reason why we aren't able to provide public parking in that parking garage.
So, so would it be public parking if you had individual agreements with households that were interested in that space for a long term? Not open to the public, open to a specific segment, and you would enter into an agreement with each one of them if they're interested.
And Mr. Gilmore, I don't know if you have that, and that may be beyond our ability here in our jurisdiction, but I know our city manager, with permission from council, I'd like to go to the city manager because I see him at the podium with his hand up.
Thank you, Mayor Medina. Certainly wanted to allow Mr. Gilmore to respond to the Vice Mayor's questions. I do think, though, it's important to recognize that the city is limited in its request for items to things that are an impact, and so all of the items that you have before you in the transportation improvement agreement are impacts based on the development. It's worth noting that due to the treatment on Tanfan Avenue and the way Tanfan is being designed in the project to take away all existing entrances on Tanfan Avenue and make that street a cul-de-sac, the project is actually improving the availability of overnight parking in the area. And so seeking additional parking for the project through the transportation agreement, it's not an impact of the project, and staff would not advise doing so.
So I guess what I would say is my frustration on this subject is from the very first meeting we had on this, I specifically asked how many people are expected to come to work here. We were told a minimum of 6,000 and up to 11,000. We were also told that the parking would be approximately 6,000 if that spaces. And so that leaves quite a bit of leeway, right, for additional staff to come to work without any parking spaces. That community is already impacted significantly by parking. I've brought this issue up every time that we've met, and there's absolutely no alternative that has been provided up until now. So understanding, I respectfully disagree that there's no alternatives around the use of that parking space. I think it's fairly kind of a catch-all to say it's, cannot be used for public space without exploring any alternatives that would really benefit the community that's right across the street. And I'd just like to hear a little bit more about how the community that lives across the street is going to benefit from the parking situation that is coming. So how are they going to alleviate the current parking situation?
Sure. Mr. Mayor, if perfect. Hey, Juan, may you bring up the PowerPoint image that shows Tanfan, and let's talk about that. Just to back up to go forward, Vice Mayor, your initial question was in regard to overnight parking.
If I may, City Manager, I'm sorry, because I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. The overall question is that you have a community that lives across the street that is already impacted by parking. How are we going to make that better, considering the amount of traffic that will be coming in with this new development? One option that I got there was using the parking structure that's being built. If that is off the table, as I've said before, what are other options that we're going to have?
Absolutely. So let's bring up the PowerPoint slide. And Engineer Ritchie, let's first go to the image that shows the an example of current conditions on Tanfan Avenue. So this image, important to note here that Tanfan Avenue, which is the residential street that has San Bruno homes on the southern side, connects to Maple Avenue on the western side. And so now let's click through the other current existing image of Tanfan, which provides an image of truck parking and what we clearly see as non-residential traffic on Tanfan. Now let's click toward the image of the proposed treatment of Tanfan with the development. And so what's shown in this image is that there would be, while there are not cars shown on both sides, the plan is to have parking on both sides of the street. And on that western portion, it is now a cul-de-sac with the intersection alternative, thereby reducing throughput traffic in the area. And there are no longer entrances on to the development at Tanfan Avenue. And so in responding to the initial question about overnight parking, that's what we were providing earlier. With regard to other improvements, it's worth noting that we have had conversations with the City of South San Francisco about potentially implementing a residential parking program or parking restrictions along Tanfan Avenue. It's important to note, while it's not clearly shown in this image, in other images it is shown that Tanfan Avenue is actually not a City of San Bruno street. That is a South San Francisco street. And so we have had conversations with the City of South San Francisco about implementing a residential parking program and discussing who implements that, the City of San Bruno or the City of South San Francisco. But we know that the beneficiaries will be the residents that are within the City of San Bruno on the southern side of the street. And so with regard to parking overnight, which is what we were responding to, we do believe that because of the treatment of Tanfan, the parking overnight is actually being improved. With regard to daytime parking, the project is proposing on-site parking, and we can partner with the City of South San Francisco and look at additional restrictions during the daytime for eliminating the possibility of outside parkers on Tanfan during the daytime.
Through the mayor, can I follow up? So just, and I know Councilmember Medina has his hand up, but just with the line of questions. But the parking permit program, it has, I mean, this would be different than what we have in San Bruno, right? Because nobody has signed up for the San Bruno one the last time we checked. So would this be a collaboration with the city of South San Francisco?
Yes, slight clarification. Right now we have a voluntary residential parking program where the neighborhood essentially has to elect to be in the residential parking program.
Correct.
That does not prevent the city from implementing a mandatory residential parking program. Because Tanfan Avenue is within the boundaries of South San Francisco, it will require partnership with the city of South San Francisco.
Okay. And would there be, I guess it would be the city of South San Francisco that would also be responsible for enforcing that?
That is up for discussions. We can approach South San Francisco and take the responsibility for enforcing the residential parking program because the primary beneficiaries will be San Bruno residents. Those conversations have started and we can further those. It's also worth noting that when the community meetings were held, the question was asked, do the residents want parking restrictions on Tanfan Avenue? Or more specifically, do they want an elimination of parking on one side of the street? And they requested to have parking available on both sides of the street. Now, we can follow up and ask them would they like it restricted to only the residents on their block or within that neighborhood. And as I said before, work with South San Francisco on the mechanics to implement that.
Okay, and then the final question around this is the other concern is the overwhelming traffic coming into the community and not so much Tanfan Avenue, but looking for parking. If you have a parking permit program, that will likely take up spaces on Tanfan Avenue, so individuals who are coming to work or coming to visit that location will then go outside of there to find parking, which will be right back in the community. So, and that's been kind of my concern the whole time. So just like anywhere else, you're going to look for parking, and if it's not there, you're going to go to where there is parking, and that it's likely going to be in the residential neighborhood. So I'm frustrated because I just don't hear any solutions to the bigger issue of having thousands of people come into San Bruno, and where are all of these cars going to park if they don't fit in the parking lot?
So in response to the Vice Mayor's question, it would be worth providing an overview of the Tdm Plan as well as the on-site parking that is proposed for the development. Because know that those conversations have been had and through both the City of San Bruno's review and South San Francisco's review, those issues have been discussed and we believe addressed appropriately in both the Tdm transportation demand management requirements of the development as well as the on-site parking that they are developing. And so I think it would be worth providing a quick overview of that. And so I'll turn that over to City Engineer Haywan Ritchie. And Haywan, feel free to call the city's transportation engineer if need be.
Okay, so I would like to direct Council to question number 14, which relates to how will transportation demand management goals be enforced and what happens if TDM metrics are not met. I would like to first direct this question to Patrick O'Keefe, who helped to prepare the response, and then Saeed Fakhri, if he could add on to that.
So thank you. Just to give a quick overview of the Transportation Demand Program. So this is similar to what happened with the approval in San Bruno of the Google project. So because of the proximity of this development to both Caltrans stations and the BART station, there's an expectation, a reasonable expectation, that there will be a substantial amount of transit usage to support the project, and therefore there should be a substantially lower amount of single occupancy vehicle traffic driving to the project, to the parking structures. So in recognition of that, the City of South San Francisco required a significant TDM program to be imposed as part of this project to reduce vehicle traffic trips by 45%. So that means you have a corresponding reduction in parking demand that would be necessary. And the TDM program is something that involves not only just the proximity to transit that allows pedestrian access as well as bicycle access, but the developer will also be providing a shuttle service that between the project and those stations. There may also be other details within the TDM program that could be supplemented to what I just said, but that's kind of a quick overview of how that we're anticipating that there's a lower amount of vehicle usage and therefore a lower need for parking.
Thank you. I am, Mr. Keith, I'm not sure if you were on the earlier calls, but I am a believer that people will continue driving. And so I appreciate that. But I do think people are going to continue driving, and I don't see that necessarily as a solution to the need to address the parking situation that's already bad in that community. But I'll let Councilmember Medina go ahead and move on. Thank you.
Two colleagues, Councilmember Medina is next. If we could do it once around this so we can get to the public, please. Mr. Medina. You're on mute.
I was sorry about that. Just wanted to chime in here on the parking situation on Tanfan. Of course, we'd like to hear from those in the public that live on the street, but we will see an increase in the number of parking spaces on Tanfan since they're going to get rid of the driveways. Interesting enough that street is South City, so I think the solution is, as the city manager pointed out, allowing a residential parking permit program to be on Tanfan that allows the residents on that street to park on the street, and there'll be plenty of spaces. I think there's a little over 20 homes currently there at Tanfan, and the solution is before us. We just need to get the cooperation of South San Francisco so that we can implement a parking permit program. I wanted to chime in with that suggestion. My question, though, for staff on the presentation is on the paving of the streets. The answer in the presentation, or actually I'm looking at it now, for the paving on Huntington, explaining that as to the southern driveway of the BART. And I just wanted to make sure that would dovetail with our cycle track project, that at some point, all of those streets leading up to that intersection from Huntington will be paved, and everything else isn't. And currently, understanding that there's so much construction that will be coming forward, the streets are in pretty bad shape on Sneath as it goes to El Camino. So we just wanted to bring that forward and to get a little more clarity on the paving limits and how it will be effective with other projects.
Thank you, Councilmember Medina. City Manager, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Medina and Councilmember Medina. We'll direct the answer to that question to our city engineer, Haywan Ritchie, to discuss paving as well as the timing of paving, primarily Sneath, due to the current condition of that road. and Halon, in your response, well, you also touched on the reimagining Tanfan project and how that intertwines with speed and traffic loops.
Yes. So the first question that I did here, I'm going to share my screen, was related to the Huntington cycle track. That will be dovetailed with our current projects. Prior to an intersection improvements occurring, the developer would need to submit their plans to the city of San Bruno because, of course, we would need to issue an enclosure permit, and prior to doing that, we review plans and make sure that we're okay with it. And as part of that, we would route those to our CIP engineers who are designing the Huntington cycle track. And so, as you know, we have grant funding currently from 380 South to San Bruno Avenue at the Caltrain station, and we do currently have a funding gap between 380 and the Centennial Trail. What this project proposes to do is to install the intersection and then provide the Huntington cycle track to this intersection. And so wherever there are intersections, as we know, the transitions at intersections can be the most complicated, but we would be reviewing those plans, definitely from a traffic operations standpoint, and then improvements that are related to the reimagining Tanfan, because of course there are other, they're envisioning, reuse of the development as well. And so those would all need to be dovetailed so that they make sense. And, when the funding becomes available, that we're able to fill in those gaps and to make a cohesive trail from Centennial Trail all the way to the San Bruno BART station. With respect to paving, we did provide a response that's number 5 in the attachment E. What streets will be repaved around the site? These do list various projects, or the street sections that will be repaved. And so related to the intersection, it would be to that intersection with BART that I had just shown, north to South Maple, and then Tanfan would be, the whole of Tanfan Avenue would be repaved. And then the intersection portion on Sneath would also be repaved. I don't know if I caught everything, but City Manager Gergen, please let me know if I missed anything.
Actually, that was very good. That caught everything. I just wanted to get some clarity with that. And my concern is when does that piece get done? Is it the last piece? So making sure that it's not the sore thumb that gets done last. That there should be some kind of scheduling that is tied in with getting that project completed, so it doesn't just sit there languishing. So
correct, and a big component of that would be the funding and having that available to design. So there's a whole process, as you're well aware, in designing and reviewing and getting it to the point of construction.
Right, I understand. That's one of the benefits from approving the project with the conditions, is that we would have the funding gap. And the issue is with having the funding gap, making sure that it would happen in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Seeing no other hands up from colleagues, let's go ahead and this is the opportunity. We're going to go to the public. If you wish to speak on the project, if you could please raise your virtual hand. I'd like to see how many speakers we're going to have, and we'll determine the amount of time of 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll bring you into the room. So this is the time, if you're going to speak, to please raise your hand. So we're going to go through the list, and then once we are through the list, then we will bring it back to council. Okay, I'm seeing Mr. Hackman. I don't know if you're for the public comment or, and I'm seeing okay, so right now I see 8 speakers. So what I would ask is, again, you'll have up to 3 minutes, but what I would ask, 9, is that we please try to limit it. If you feel something's been said already, you can just say, I agree with the prior speaker or those points, because what I'm trying to do is we have 30 minutes, and I want to make sure we're able to get through what we need to. But you're important. We appreciate you being here. You'll have up to 3 minutes, but I would very much appreciate if you could make it less than, or just concur with the prior speaker if it does in fact do just that. And if we could please bring in the speakers.
And I also see a caller on the line. If the caller would like to raise their hand, just press *9. The first speaker is John Franklin. John, let me let you in. Okay, John, whenever you're ready.
Okay, yes. I wanted to advocate, I know you guys were not big about the no intersection, basically version of the project, but from my understanding and from my perspectives on what will create the most walkable, create the best walkability for citizens of San Bruno, I feel the no intersection version of the project is the best choice. Right now, people and residents of the area have a surprising amount of walkability between the amenities at Tanfan Mall and the shopping lot that's right over there by the Lucky's and Lowe's that's right adjacent to it, and also the post office. Like right now, I don't need to cross the street to I don't need to cross a traffic light intersection in order to go to the post office. But if an intersection is built there, then that part is blocked off, and it hurts the walkability of San Bruno. I also feel that blocking off that intersection will also discourage, will make actually driving to this location more difficult, therefore more encouraging people to actually use public transit to get this location. So I'm really a strong advocate for the no intersection version of the project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
I apologize. I'm bringing in Francisco Nunez. Francisco, when you're ready.
Good evening.
Great.
Everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good evening. I'll make it quick. I appreciate your time. Good evening, Mayor Medina, Vice Mayor, council members, and everybody attending this evening. My name is Francisco Nunez, and I'm the Director of Field Operations for the Northern California region of the Laborers International Union of North America. As a union member and advocate, I'm here tonight to express my strong support for this proposed outgoing project. A quality project like this one will create good jobs with livable wages and strong health care benefits that have a huge impact on working families, ultimately playing an enormous role in our regional economy. Also, I believe very importantly that it would provide our young adults coming into the workforce, some of which include single mothers, opportunity to work on this project through different apprenticeship programs to start a lifetime career. For many, it's the only or last opportunity to a career, or a second chance for those coming out of incarceration or veterans returning from service. I know this because, for me, that was my second chance personally. And that's only speaking during construction, not to mention the production of long-term jobs that will be created, making Southline Development an open space, active, vibrant center with employment, near amazing transportation hub, as Ms. Ritchie, city engineer, mentioned earlier today. It's a win-win for working families, residents, the businesses, not to mention the $10.5 million developer contributions to the city of San Bruno to help out with all the different other intersections. And to close, I really want to reiterate, I strongly support this project, and I hope you do as well. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Ron Henderson. Let me bring them into the room. Ron Henderson, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're ready.
Very good. Yeah, I definitely concur with the prior speaker. I unfortunately disagree with the one before that about the intersection. I think the intersection would be a great benefit to deflect trucks and all those larger traffic issues away from Tanfan. We've had to suffer from many trucks for many years. I live on Tanfan right in the middle of 35, so everything is going to happen right in front of me, and I'm definitely looking forward to this project. It's a real benefit to the community, to workers, and everyone involved, so I'm definitely looking forward to it. And I think pretty much covers it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker speaker is John Medina. Let me let them in. John Medina, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Right on. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is John Medina. No relation, but popular name here in San Bruno, right? I'm a business agent with the Sprinkler Fitters, Local 483. I agree with the following two callers before me. I'd like to express my strong support as well for the proposed South Line project and the associated intersection improvements. The construction of the proposed South Line project and the associated improvements will generate good jobs. They'll help people earn livable wages here in the Bay Area. Lane Partners is doing the right thing by using union labor on this project, and it'll be a positive impact on that choice is worth acknowledging tonight. Lane Partners is a considerate, good developer. I've seen it work great with the communities, and it sounds like it's working good to do what it can for the communities of both South San Francisco and for San Bruno here. Again, I just want to reiterate my support for the project and the associated intersection improvements. I hope that you will all vote in favor for the proposal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Chantel Fitty. Chantel, can you hear us?
Could everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. You may begin.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. I'm here today to read comments from my dad, Philip Fitting, who's a property owner at 72 Scott Street in San Bruno. He's unable to make this meeting, but it was important for him to have his comments heard. So this is a letter from my dad. I would like to offer my support in favor of the South Line project in conjunction with the construction of a new intersection at Sneath Lane and Huntington Avenue. I've been following this project now for a couple of years. Initially, my main concern regarding the project was whether it would increase traffic in my neighborhood, mainly on Herman Street. However, the report prepared by the engineer regarding the South Line project alleviated this concern. The report clearly demonstrates that the proposed new intersection will keep the majority of the traffic on the main arteries of the city and off the side streets, including Herman Street. As such, this new intersection is of great benefit, not only to me, but other residents of San Bruno. With respect to the project, I feel it is advantageous for many reasons, two of which I would like to briefly touch on. First, it will eliminate traffic and noise nuisances that residents have had to live with for a long time. I have spoken to several homeowners that live on Tanfan, and they have told me that their number one complaint is not the lack of parking, but the noise and traffic from the big semi-trucks traveling on their streets at all hours of the day and night. As Mr. Henderson mentioned, their houses shake due to the size of the truck, and their streets are often blocked by their trucks, as seen in the photo at the beginning of the Ms. Ritchie's presentation. Moreover, one homeowner has even had his personal vehicle hit 2 times by these big work trucks coming and going into the warehouse yard. Second, the South Line project will greatly improve the area of the site that has been run down for years with new landscaping, modern buildings, and stores in a park-like setting. Lane Partners designed an attractive architectural plan that will benefit San Bruno residents aesthetically as well as with the convenience of nearby businesses and stores. Marcus Gilmore especially provided a thorough explanation regarding the different building phases and information about what the final project would look like during his slideshow presentations that were informative and well done. Thank you for giving me opportunity to speak. I strongly support the South Line project in conjunction with the construction of the new intersection. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Richard Hackman. Richard, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're ready.
Good evening. My name is Richard Hackman and I work for Lighthouse Public Affairs. I'm a member of the South Line project team who has been working on community engagement and outreach. I'm speaking tonight to read an email that was submitted to the City of San Bruno by Onkar Sharma, a San Bruno resident who lives on Tanfan Avenue. His email says, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members, My name is Onkar Sharma and I live on Tanfan Avenue, directly across the street from the proposed Southline project. I'm emailing you today to voice my enthusiastic support for the proposed project and the associated intersection improvements. As many of you know, the proposed project will replace a number of industrial buildings. Those industrial uses create a tremendous amount of noise in neighborhoods, such as when large 18-wheeler trucks load and unload their deliveries on Tanfan Avenue. The proposed office project will result in far less noise for the neighborhood than the current industrial uses. Also, the proposed retail amenity building and Tanfan Avenue Community Parklet will be great additions to the neighborhood. Additionally, the reduced cut-through traffic that will occur as a result of the cul-de-sac that's proposed at the corner of Tanfan Avenue and South Maple is a welcome improvement and will make Tanfan Avenue a more neighborhood-friendly street. Again, I want to voice my strong support for this project and the associated intersection improvements, and I encourage all of you to support it as well. Thank you. That concludes his email and my comments. Thank you all as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is S. Beal. S. Beal, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. My name is Scott Beal, and I'm a business agent representing the plumbers, steam fitters, and refrigeration fitters throughout San Mateo County. I'm speaking tonight to express my strong support for this project and the associated intersection improvements. As a union leader, I know the impact that this project will have on working families in San Bruno and South San Francisco. It's projects like these that utilize local and skilled trained labor, which helps sustain our apprenticeship programs while creating impactful job opportunities for our members, helping them to afford the high costs of living here in the Bay Area. Again, I just want to restate my support for this project and the associated intersection improvements, and I encourage all of you to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kifa. Kifa, can you hear us?
Yeah, hi. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're ready.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Kifa Khalil, and I'm a San Bruno resident. I actually just recently completed my apprenticeship with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 617, here in San Mateo County. I'm speaking tonight to express my strong support for the proposed Southline project and associated intersection improvements. Projects like Southland are essential for the working class community in the Bay Area and provide opportunities for people like me for upward career growth. Projects like this create good, stable jobs for our members and allow them to support their families with good wages and health care benefits. A tremendous amount of time and effort has gone into this proposal, and developers like Lane Partners who use union labor for their projects should be given credit for the positive impact these jobs and wages have on working class families in our community. In closing, I just want to again express my strong support for this project as both a San Bruno resident and union member, and I encourage all of you to support this project and the associated intersection improvements tonight as well. Thank you and have a good night.
First, congratulations, and second, thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Bruce Urban. Bruce, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to keep my comments short and related to the agenda item at hand, which is the intersection. I just wanted to, I've been listening. I hear about the shuttle buses. I think about the Caltrans station down the street. It's very important that there be as smooth a transition from that Caltrans station to this new project as is possible, and with the redesign that is also pending for Tanfan, Huntington is going to become a very major street in San Bruno. So I just wanted to comment to only make sure that all the council members voting on this have felt that their questions are answered and that the plans for Huntington in the future dovetail well with this intersection project. That's all.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Hang Song Ji. Hang Song, can you hear us?
Yes, so can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council member. And I'm a San Bruno resident living in Scott Street, and it's not far away from this area. And when I look at the two proposals, and I noticed that the first one, there's no parking structure, parking area adjacent to the residential area. I believe it is a good point because noise is a big issue around this area. We have a train and we have the highway intersection. If we can design the parking structure far away from the residential area, and we will have a good benefit. And years ago, I suggested to design the sound wall along the train line, so it will improve the residential area here. And another thing is, I believe we need to control the traffic speed. If we have a very big intersection here, so the traffic will be very fast. And if you think about the residential area in the southern area here, and we have a highway, and we have another big road here. So if the noise will be from everywhere around this area, so it is something I suggest the council member and everyone to consider. And so I believe this is what I want to say, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you for your comments. At this time, I'm not seeing any further hands from speakers. If I am correct, if we could bring it back to council, please. Thank you. With that said, I want to thank all the speakers, first, for your comments and for being here, and two, I really appreciate your mindfulness in keeping it as to the point as possible so we can continue on with the business. Thank you very much. Now we're back to council for comments and or action on this topic, which is a resolution before us tonight. Council? Vice Mayor Mason, and then Councilmember Salazar, then Councilmember Medina.
Thank you. Just going back to the city manager. So should the parking for our residents become an issue in the future, is something that can be revisited at the time?
City managers at the podium.
Sure. Vice Mayor Mason, absolutely parking will be revisited. As a part of the South San Francisco Tdm Transportation Demand Management Plan, there are both annual reviews and triannual reviews, and so we will certainly participate in those as well as continue the discussion that we've talked about tonight for a potential residential parking program along Tanfan. But most importantly, again, do reach out to the neighbors in San Bruno that live on Tanfan and see if they would like that.
Great, thank you. And just a comment that otherwise it was really nice to hear all the public comments tonight. We know that some of the meetings have had low attendance, some have had better attendance. So the comments from the residents who live in the community were really much invited, in particular just to hear the deep desire for some positive change in the community. So we look forward to the positive impacts that come with this and look forward to working with South San Francisco on any anticipated or unanticipated consequences of this decision. Thank you.
Mr. Salazar.
Thank you. So I agree that it was nice to hear from the public. You know, I always love hearing from our labor representatives, but also, you know, hearing from the neighborhood residents and their support for this definitely helps make this an easier decision. I was very skeptical about changes to that intersection when this project first was brought up to us, but there are definitely a number of positives for the area, and it definitely aligns with what we want to do at Tanfan. So I do believe that there are more positives than negatives that may come out of this. So I am definitely in support. Some of the comments I heard were very complimentary, so I wanted to also thank Lane Partners for all the work that they've done in reaching out to the community and working with us on our concerns and with the residents on their concerns, and definitely look forward to a successful project.
Councilmember Hamilton.
I'll try not to belabor points that have already been addressed. I actually raised my hand to ask the same question that the Vice Mayor just asked regarding revisiting parking on a regular basis going on in case there are unanticipated consequences. I'm also in support of this project, and after thorough study of it, the project is going to be built regardless if we put the intersection in or not. So which is very important to consider when making this decision. And it's a matter of what will the impact be to San Bruno without the intersection versus with. And the studies clearly showed that the traffic impact to the San Bruno residential neighborhood would be quite severe without this intersection. And putting this intersection in will move that traffic appropriately onto larger arteries. I also echo what Councilmember Salazar was saying regarding other benefits to San Bruno regarding the proximity of this project to Tanfan. It's also in close proximity to town center, and I think there are many positives that will come to this project, and I am in support. Thank you.
Councilman Medina. You're on mute.
That's 2 times today, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank everyone for their work on getting us here. Clearly understand it's a long process. The engagement is probably the best I've seen as a councilman here. The extent of attempting to get people to become involved in their own language, and at multiple times, that's the most that I could hope and expect that a community will receive when something of this magnitude is coming to their community. I understand the importance of development for San Bruno's future. And I also understand that whether you put in a new median, a new water main, a new street, anything, there's a cost associated with that to install it, and there's also a cost to maintain it. The worst thing that I've seen here, in my experience as a resident, is how things are how they are supposed to look on the plans, then after it gets installed, and then when it just doesn't get maintained. So I know there's a lot of benefit that the city is looking forward to in getting these things improved, but just want to make sure that they're also maintained. And I think we have room for improvement there. It sounds like that there's a PLA, or there's a lot of support from labor, so that's also a positive in supporting this project. I was concerned about the paving in the vicinity, and I understand there will be a lot more development here. But I think the overwhelming amount of benefit that the city will be receiving will outweigh that and my concern. I asked the city manager, and just for clarity, I'll ask again here in public, the funds that the city is set to receive, is the ultimate authority is the city council in deciding where those funds will be spent. It's a lot of money. There's a lot of projects there. I'm always concerned about how accurate cost estimates are, and I understand that they are just currently estimates based on the information we have. Just want to make sure and keep track of where we are as we go forward, as we mitigate the traffic impacts that we're spending the funds in the right spot. So I will be supporting this project. I hope that we will be able to work out something on the parking on Tanfan, because if our residents are going to complain about it, there's nothing we can do without the South San Francisco support. And I think we should make sure, and hopefully our neighbors' council will also see that in the benefit of assuring a better experience for the residents that live right across the street. My last comment is a request for some clarity. In the meetings with South Line, there was discussion, the topic of the community space was brought up. And I believe I heard that that space would be available to the San Bruno residents. So if we can obtain some more clarity on, is that still going to occur, and what range of permission or time would be provided to the residents of San Bruno, that would be helpful to hear as another benefit.
That's in your remarks?
That's in my remarks, sir. Thank you.
So there were two questions we had, as I'm going to be mindful that this guy Rico might want to be able to speak to, and then we need to get to a 7 o'clock meeting. City Manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Medina. Councilmember Medina asked two questions. One is for the developer, and so I will turn that to Mr. Marcus Gilmore of Link Partners. And for the public and Mr. Gilmore, that question is, during initial presentations, Lane Partners mentioned that there was going to be an amenity facility within the project, and San Bruno residents and businesses could use that facility. So, Mr. Gilmore, will you articulate a little bit more for us?
Yeah, thank you, City Manager Grogan. Yes, that is still the plan. Councilmember Medina, we will build a community center. The vision right now is to work with both Parks and Recs departments from San Bruno and South San Francisco to come up with some programming that benefits both communities equally.
Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you.
The next question that Councilmember Medina asked was in regard to the improvements. And so, yes, Councilmember, the answer to your question is referenced on page 4 of 8 in the staff report, or page 6 in the packet, and I'll just read that paragraph quickly. It says as follows: the city is currently considering certain improvements to the San Bruno transportation network set forth in Table 1. Table 1 lists all the projects and totals $10.6 million. Back to the paragraph. And may consider additional or different improvements in the future, period. All decisions regarding the selection of the improvements to be implemented, provision and timing of the improvements, and the amount of funding provided by the city for such improvements shall be in the city's sole discretion, with the exception of the credit for partial construction of the cycle track to be completed by the developer as part of the new intersection improvements. So the answer to your question is yes, the city council does have sole approval of spending those funds on the projects that are listed, or other projects, with one exception, and that's the should the developer actually do some of that work for our cycle track themselves.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, City Manager. And for myself, I do appreciate Lane Partners of the community outreach. I know Councilmember Medina and I were at went to one of them, one in person, and I've spoken to some of the residents, and one of their concerns is the traffic coming, if this was not open, traffic coming through the neighborhood. They are engaged. I can tell you, as I've said before, when we talked about the grade crossing, there was 50 of them I met with at Bayshore Circle. So they certainly know, and they understand about the development and things in that area, and I appreciate their presence being here and those that spoke. I believe as well that that project can go forward without us. It doesn't need to be open. But I think that there is benefit and value for it to proceed. and with what will come to the city and to assist in other areas. With time limiting, I will go ahead and just stop there. And at this as an action item, and to show you where I stand, I will go ahead and move to adopt the resolution. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion made and second. Rico Medina, Salazar. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina,
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason,
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye. Again, thank you to the members of the public that spoke and were here for the study session. We appreciate it greatly. Thank you to Lane Partners. Thank you to city staff. With that, we are going to adjourn this study session to go to the regular city council meeting, which is scheduled at 7 o'clock. Colleagues, I will see you momentarily. This meeting is adjourned. May I please have roll call?
Councilmember Hamilton,
Here.
Councilmember Marty Medina,
Here.
Councilmember Salazar,
Here.
Vice Mayor Mason,
Here.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Here. Thank you very much. If you would join me in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening on Flag Day. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Now we will move on to item number 4, public comments for items not on the agenda. At this time, if there are members from the public that wish to speak on an item that's not on tonight's agenda, if you could please raise your hand. Individuals will be allowed up to 3 minutes. It is council policy to refer matters raised in this forum for staff for investigation and or action where appropriate. The Brown Act prohibits the council from discussing or acting upon any matter not agendized pursuant to state law. Are there any members of the public that wish to comment on items not on the agenda this evening?
I see no hands raised.
Thank you kindly. Now we will move on to item number 5, announcements and presentations. The first one, we will receive an update from Ecology of San Bruno on the success of the Spring 2022 Community Cleanup Drop-Off event. I will turn it over to General Manager Pinoki from Ecology, please.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for letting me take a few minutes just to update you on how our most recent joint venture of the Spring Community Cleanup went this year. Next slide. So as you recall, this would be our 4th one. We started these back during COVID to give all the residents kind of a sense of continuity, and they're doing some cleaning. So we started hosting these, and the first one was at City Hall back in the fall of 2020, and just kind of give you an idea of where the stats have gone, between each cleanup. So we started off with very low garbage, but a lot of cars, 262. The next year, we then moved it to a new location, which was the Church of Latter-day Saints on Sneath, which proved to be extremely helpful. That allowed us about the same amount of cars, but the cars got bigger. So we had 31,000 pounds of garbage. Then we did our second time at that location in the fall of 2021. And as you can see, that was astronomical. We did 439 cars and 64,000 pounds of garbage. So that was the first year that we actually put information into the insert, the bill insert. So we found that to be very effective, and that's why the spike in the number of cars and the amount of items disposed went up. So next, we will go ahead and take a look at the next slide at our most recent community cleanup, May 14th of 2022. We had it at the same location. Same time frame, 8 to 11. We had about 19 volunteers. A good portion of them came from the church. So we had some wonderful missionaries that helped us. We had our mayor there. We had council. We had, I think, the fire chief, city manager. So we had a lot of great people and people from Ecology that donated their time. We did have 301 cars, so the cars went down. We did not have the backup on Sneath like we did last time. We did have some overnight dumping. So we do find that every year, but this year was a lot. It almost filled an entire 30-yard debris box. So when we got there on Saturday morning, we already had to exchange one of those boxes. The change that we did this year, the improvement I feel, is we did 3 rows. And you can do everything in each and every row. You can have your garbage, your e-waste, and your paint. So we had 3 rows flowing all at one time. So that did help keep the traffic off of Sneath and kept things moving for the residents. Next slide. Our paint has gone down. I think that a lot of our residents have gotten rid of a lot of their paint that they've been storing year over year. So now what we're getting are the onesie-twosies. And we are reminding the residents more that they can drop off their paint Tuesdays and Thursdays at our transfer station. We still get a lot of e-waste. It's really much anything with a plug, so we're still getting a lot of that. As you can see, we had 15 appliances, mattresses, and 6 file cabinets that actually came from the church. And that was great that they came directly from there because we're able to recycle those instead of putting them in a debris box. So lots of improvements. Next slide. So here's some improvements. Every time we do this, as with any project that anybody does, you always find little things to tweak and make even better for the next time. So new things that we're going to do on the next one, which will be this October, we're working on securing a date right now with the church, is we're going to have a bin just for cardboard. So if anybody, I know we've had council and everyone volunteering, you've probably seen a lot of cardboard. Or people bring things in their boxes. So we want to be able to take the items out and recycle the cardboard. We're also going to have a separate bin just for metal. So again, we're going to try and divert some of that repurposeful or salvageable material out of these debris boxes. The other thing we've noticed actually the last couple of times is some people have crept over from over on Avalon apartments asking what's going on. And we realized those residents do not get a utility bill. So they're not getting the insert, and they may not be getting that information about this event. So we are going to make sure we notify all the large MFDs this time for the next event. And we will bring back our A-frames. We didn't do them this time because of weather, so we will be putting those back out again in the hot spots where we see abandoned waste to notify some of our apartment buildings about this event. So big improvements again, additional improvements for October. We're looking forward to the next one. And we really encourage everyone to join in. It feels really good to help out our residents and reduce some of that abandoned waste out on the streets of San Bruno. So that's the update from Ecology, and thank you for your time. If there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you for the presentation and update from the event. Any questions from colleagues? Seeing none at this time, I guess we're going to thank the church and the elders and the sisters that and the folks that assisted, and it's very kind of them to allow us to continue to use that lot. It works exceptionally well. So with that, thank you for the presentation, and enjoy your evening. You can go watch the game. And now we will move on to item B. Receive presentation of 4th of July fireworks public safety operations plan, and we will turn that over to our chiefs of police and fire, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you can give me just a moment to share my screen.
Absolutely.
And are you able to see the screen okay, sir? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Ryan Johansson, and I am your Chief of Police here in the city of San Bruno. Here with a brief presentation this evening along with Fire Chief Ari DeLay, just to introduce to you and to our community some of the fireworks safety operations that will be taking place in joint effort between the police and fire departments for the 4th of July this year and the days surrounding the 4th of July. Chief Ari DeLay to cover some of the fire resources.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me? Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Ari DeLay, your fire chief. Just briefly to discuss some of the additional resources that the San Bruno Fire Department will have available for the 4th of July, the entire day and that evening as well. We'll be staffing an extra engine company, and for that day to address any threat of fire, we will staff our Type 6 Cal OES engine that we have at Fire Station 52 for the entire day. On the 4th, we'll have all of our fire prevention staff on duty, conducting and safety inspections and also providing enforcement along with the police department. We're currently working on a few PSAs joint with PD in regards to the 4th of July, and you'll see one of those this evening. And we have already conducted our annual safety meeting with all booth operators. That was conducted on the 8th at about 5 p.m. With our fire marshal and every single one of the booth operators as well. And we're going to go to the next slide. Great. And I can just briefly go over some of the safe and sane fireworks use, and then I will pass it over to Chief Johansson. If you see on the screen there off to the right on the slide, you'll see the California State Fire Marshal seal that we have for safe and sane fireworks. This is important for residents and members of the public to know that these are the ones that are safe for you to use and operate here within the city of San Bruno. And if they don't have those State Fire Marshal seal on them, they're not legal and safe to use here in San Bruno. We ask that the public keep these fireworks when they're dispensing them at least 10 feet away from any structures, and don't use them near any flammable materials, grass, trees, or brush, or anything of that nature. And we ask that you have something close by to be able to extinguish a fire if it did get out of hand, a hose or any other water source, a 5-gallon bucket full of water to be able to douse anything if you're using fireworks. And then most importantly, we tend to participate in the festivities. We put some of these fireworks in trash receptacles, and one of the most important things is to have a trash receptacle that's non-flammable and put them in, with some water at the bottom of it. So those are the important safety items that we ask you to keep in mind. And the last thing I would share with you just before I turn it over to Chief Johansson is the importance of, obviously, safe and sane fireworks are important, that those are the most safe ones to be able to utilize, but many of the accidents that happen with fireworks are on the illegal side that we want to discourage, and they have different wicks and things that are associated with them that we want to make sure that they move a lot faster than the normal fireworks that you would see that are safe and sane. That's when accidents happen and people get injured. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Chief Johansson. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Goulet. So just briefly to cover the police side of operations for the 4th of July. We will have, as Chief Goulet hinted on, a robust outreach and communications effort. This will not only include our PSAs and social media posts, but also pre-4th of July contact with known prior violators of fireworks violations, as well as residences that have been problems habitually over the years in an effort to gain compliance with the various laws and to ensure that they're celebrating responsibly come the 4th. We'll be conducting those enforcement details before the 4th of July as well. As all San Bruno residents know, the fireworks don't typically wait until the 4th of July to start up. And so we will be out in the days preceding the 4th of July conducting enforcement operations. All police department staff are ordered to work the 4th of July. This occurs every year. This is a really big undertaking for what is a relatively small police department. And so unfortunately for San Bruno Police Department staff members, 4th of July is going to be a long day of work yet again. This will include everyone from dispatchers to clerks to evidence techs all the way through to every single police officer in the department. We will be on hand doing the best we can to make the holiday as safe as possible. Our enforcement efforts will include both marked and unmarked units, so just know that just because you're not seeing a black and white show up if you've called, or just because you're not seeing a lot of black and white police cars that night, does not mean the police are not in your neighborhood and are not actively working for illegal fireworks use violations. We will be using both marked and unmarked units as well as bikes and various surveillance methods in an effort to apprehend people who are using illegal fireworks or using safe and sane fireworks in an unsafe manner. I think that Chief Goulet touched on some of this already, but to talk a little bit about the safe and sane fireworks use. So safe and sane fireworks are permitted for use from the 28th of June through the 4th of July. And from the 28th through the 3rd, you can use them from noon until 9 p.m. And then on the 4th, that 9 p.m. extends to 11 p.m. for 4th of July celebrations themselves. These safe and sane fireworks can only be used on private property. They're not permitted in parks or in public parking lots, on school property, or in any open space areas. And they must be used at least 10 feet away from any structures. Misuse of safe and sane fireworks is dangerous and illegal, and it does come with the same $1,000 fine that you will receive if you are caught using or possessing illegal fireworks, those ones that do not have the fire marshal seal on them. So it's important to use safe and sane fireworks appropriately, just as it's important not to use illegal fireworks. As far as illegal fireworks enforcement, a pretty safe bet is that if it flies in the air or it explodes with a loud bang, it is probably illegal. If it does not have that fire marshal seal, which you see again here on this slide, it is illegal. It doesn't matter where you bought it. If it doesn't have that seal on it, you cannot use it in San Bruno. There is a $1,000 administrative citation for the use or possession of illegal fireworks, and this can include social host citations, which means that you are hosting a 4th of July party and illegal fireworks are being utilized there. Even if you are not utilizing them, if you are allowing them to be utilized at your party, you can be cited for $1,000. Please, as members of the public, we do need your help on the 4th of July, but only report violations violations by calling the non-emergency police number if you have specific suspect information. Please understand that we deal with a litany of calls for service that night, both fireworks related and not fireworks related, and random sort of vague calls that say, oh, there are aerial fireworks going off on my street are not typically very enforceable for us, and it makes more sense for us to keep those officers dedicated to the process of trying to hone in on the illegal fireworks use and issue citations, and more importantly, take the fireworks off the street. So please do call us if you have specific information regarding a specific individual that is using illegal fireworks in a present location, but please do not call with just vague reports of illegal fireworks occurring in areas we are well aware they're occurring every year all over the city. So briefly here, I will play the current 2022 4th of July PSA from the police department. This will only take a moment. Hopefully it will come across on your screen appropriately.
Hello everyone, Ryan Johansson here again, your Chief of Police in the wonderful city of San Bruno. Thank you for giving me a couple minutes of your time today to talk to you a little bit about the upcoming 4th of July holiday, and more specifically about the use of fireworks surrounding the 4th of July. As many of you already know, in 2005, San Bruno voters elected to allow the use and sale of safe and sane fireworks in the city of San Bruno. And fireworks have been a long-standing tradition in association with 4th of July celebrations. They also serve as a critical funding source for many community groups here in the city, as well as a number of sports teams. But it's important to note that fireworks and 4th of July celebrations are not pleasant for all San Bruno residents. There are a number of people who really struggle with the noise levels, not to mention the fear of fire, and the torment that fireworks can create for pets. So I'm here to ask you to please be a good neighbor this year, and be very, very cautious about your use of safe and sane fireworks, while completely refraining from the use of illegal fireworks. Now, anything that flies in the air or explodes with a loud bang is generally going to be illegal. But more specifically speaking, any safe and sane firework that's legal for use will have state fire marshal seal of approval on it. If it doesn't have the state fire marshal seal of approval, it is illegal to use no matter where you bought it. Fireworks are allowed from June 28th through July 3rd from noon until 9 p.m. each day, and again on the 4th of July from noon until 11 p.m. Safe and sane fireworks only. Those fireworks can only be used on private property, and they can only be used at least 10 feet away from any structure. All important rules to observe. Also important to recall that San Bruno Police Department and its partner agencies will be out in force once again this 4th of July and in the days surrounding it to ensure that no illegal fireworks are being utilized in the city. If you're caught possessing or using illegal fireworks in the city of San Bruno, you will receive a $1,000 citation, and there will not be any warnings. So please, this 4th of July, enjoy your holiday with family and friends, but be a good neighbor. Use only safe and sane fireworks, and use them in only a safe manner. Thank you very much for your time.
So that concludes our presentation on the 4th of July safety operations. I am happy to field any questions.
Thank you to both of our chiefs for your presentation and comments this evening. Are there any questions from colleagues? Seeing none, I think all council members, I'm sure would, with an official vote, but I think it would be a 5-0 to thank our public safety personnel, our other city staff that do avail themselves and are required and take their time away from their friends, family, and other opportunities that they may have to enjoy their 4th, so that this city of San Bruno can enjoy its 4th and still feel safe and secure thanks to all of you. So thank you to both of you, and I can't tell you to go and enjoy the game. You're going to stick with us for the rest of the items on the agenda. So with that, we will move on to the next item. Item C, San Bruno Recreation and Aquatic Center update, and set public hearing for June 28, 2022 to consider adopting resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a power purchase agreement with Peninsula Clean Energy. And we're going to hear more about this from our Public Works Director, Matt Lee, please.
Thank you, Mayor Medina, and good evening, members of the City Council. I will start the presentation with the...
Hey, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Before we go into the action today. We'll first have Rod McRae, our project manager for the RAC, provide his quarterly RAC update, and then we'll move into discussion on solar panels and the action before council. Rod, take it away.
Thank you, Matt. Again, good evening, Mayor Medina and the members of the City Council and everyone that's Zooming in tonight. My name is Rod McRae. I'm the project manager for the Recreation Aquatic Center. I will be providing you a construction update. We do have a small agenda, just like last time. We have the project information update. We'll have the completed to date. Schedule update, change order report, and included in that is the budget update and what we're looking at for the next 30 days. Project information update. We started in September 2021, as we all know, and we are still trending to complete by fall 2023. To this date, we have made some good progress last month. To the end of the month, we are about 19%. We should be about 20% at this time. That amount represents the amount of the contractor can invoice us contractually to this date. As you can see, the earth comes available to view the pictures of what's going on out there, as well as we have a photo taken on drone back in June 8th, as you can see an aerial shot of the project progress. Just to recap what we have done for the last 5 months since the last time we made a report to the council. Just going through this quickly. Back in February, we started with our soil nail. We worked with the design team, building inspector, archaeological monitoring team. We didn't have any issues. We completed all the planned work on schedule. March, we continued that same work, working on the soil nail wall, work with the same team. And we encountered some contaminated soil, but we were able to find a home for it and got it all disposed and completed the task on schedule. In April, as we clean up the area, we were able to start the work for the geopier foundation. And at the same time, while doing that, we started working on the crosswalk and sidewalk improvement at the Soto Way and City Parkway. All work been coordinated with the same group of team. Completed every planned work on that month on schedule. In May month, we continue, which is last month, we continue our geopier foundation and completed that at the same month and work on the soil nail wall, finished surface, and begin the foundation work. And we at the same time, we coordinated with the same team and completed all the work as planned. In June, we started this month with our foundation work. We continued the same work as last month. You can see more progress on that. We have more rebars being put in. We also started some of the creek and park related work. We work closely with the same team, including the biologists who coordinated our work with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, California Department of Fire, Fish and Wildlife, and Regional Water Control Board. Contractor also sent out their public notification, including the door hangers, put out some of the notification for the picnic park that will be affected by this work. Just to show you some of the photos that we have from February to this month. So this is the February month where we have soil nail work started from the top. And we continue that on the next month of March. As you can see, the process is we start cutting the slope and drilling the nails and start grounding them and testing them and shot strip them shown on the photo number 4. And we continue the same process to get to the bottom of the wall. In April, after completing all that work, we disposed the contaminated soil and started the geopier. And at the same time, we completed the sidewalk and crosswalk improvement at the Soto Way and City Parkway. In May, as I described, we work on the surface wall of the retaining wall and completed the geopier and prep up for the foundation work. On the same month, we started the foundation work as shown bottom picture. After we completed a job here, we start digging for the foundation for the building. And in June, we continued that same process. We could see how much we have dug already. We start setting some rebars, setting some blockouts for some underslab utilities. In the same month, this month, we continue to progress. The rebars is being placed in different locations. I think we have more rebars placed at this time since the last photo. And this month we were able to mobilize our work for Creek Park related work. We put in our temporary fence in the park as within the south, outside the wet creek area. Schedule update. As you can see, work continued to ramp up. Multiple activities, trades are now working simultaneously, both in the field and the respective shops. Material are being delivered. Some is about to be delivered. Some are being fabricated to coordinate with the construction schedule. In the field, grading, steel workers, pool contractors, plumbers, electricians, landscape contractors are now actively working. The building steel framing is on fabrication. Almost all the long lead items are now on ordered and is being scheduled to be delivered, such as the HVAC, generator, pool equipment. As soon as we know when those things coming in, they are ready to come in. As you can see on the schedule, we completed phase 1A, working full speed on phase 1B, which is the building, and which is the pool and the building, 1B and 1C. This summer, you're going to see us mobilize on 2A, which is the creek and park walk, as well as number 3, phase 3, which is the Crystal Spring Road. We are start to mobilize for our water line at Crystal Spring Road. We completed our public outreach, door hangers, notification, posted signs in effective picnic areas, parking spaces. We will use changeable message signs on road for lane closures. Our website is updated with the latest project information to let people know what's going on the project. Next slide is the change order report. The change order went up from $343,000 to $407,000. Same report I have provided last month. This included the 60% of the unforeseen condition. That includes the additional tree removal, potential hazard to the building and the temporary water line. We have some public safety and convenience, which is about 38% of that cost. That's additional handling to dispose hazardous material and discovered during the demolition. And 2% of that is a request to abandon some of the existing sewer lines that are outside the contract. Project budget. Last February, we have the new project approved budget, which is $60,540,228. In that amount, we spent $16,141,124 to date. What's spent to date included the pre-construction and the construction expenses. The pre-construction included is $6.8 million. The construction cost spent to date is $9.3 million. The approved budget in this presentation is broken down into 3 categories. We have the soft cost, the project contingency, and the construction cost, which is the actual contractor's bid for the project. The soft cost included design fees, project management fees, construction management fees, permit fees, inspection fees, environmental fees, and other project-related tasks on the project. That includes all the costs that was spent before the project start construction. So we are about 60% spent on the soft cost, and the project contingency is spent about 3.65% to date. That is being reported. And the construction cost spent so far is spent 18.39%, which is equivalent to certain amount. I don't have it in here. So that's our project budget. So our budget looks healthy to this time, and we're looking to maintain that healthy budget moving forward. As far as what's going on the next 30 days, our contractor will be focusing on the foundation work, as you can see, some of the pool-related work, under-slab utilities. This work will be tedious, detailed, and will be critical to the building frames that are currently in fabrication. The offsite work will be looking at the park, the city parkway, and work on Crystal Spring Road. As you can see, the blue is the existing creek that is now fenced off. The green is now is the new creek. This is now fenced off, and we're able to install the temporary fence around that. Above that, you can see a water line on Crystal Spring. We're about to start that as well. So let me look at a close look of the area. Like I said, the work, the green is the new creek. The water line will be up above on the Crystal Spring that we're about to start. The new creek will be waiting for a go signal from the biologist to get us started and get that removed. But we will be able to start some of the area below the creek line or the existing creek to keep us going. The water line at Crystal Spring will begin right after our tree removal. That is the city's tree removal program along Crystal Spring that will also take place next week. After that, we'll start our water line. So to sum it all up, we are progressing as expected. Work is ramping up. We are operating within our approved budget. We are not seeing major challenges to this date that could drastically delay our project or break our budget. And we're hoping to continue this report to report positive progress in the next update. So I think that's all I can say, and that should conclude our construction update. So I will now turn it over to our Public Works Director to talk about the solar update.
Good evening again, Council. My name is Matt Lee, Public Works Director. Rod, next slide, please. And so our presentation tonight is equal two parts. One part is the rack update, and then the other component is to talk about the solar panel and the approach that staff has found to be able to move forward with solar panels on the rack. A little history, we take a step back. The rack was always envisioned in its original design to have solar panels. But as we went through the design process, it was valued engineered out just based on cost. But there was always a desire for the city to have solar panels on the facility, if not have them solar ready. And so what staff has been doing throughout this whole time as we've started construction, we've tried to look at a variety of options, funding options to be able to fund it outright, or other options to installing solar panels. And so I think we came up with a good solution. And so I wanted to start first with kind of the variety of options that we kind of looked into. Next slide, please. So the first option, as we all know, is just purchasing the solar panels outright. You'll be able to realize your savings in full from the power that is generated by the solar panels. But the downside to that is needing an upfront capital investment, which is a significant amount of funds. I think previous estimates for our solar panel was approximately between $1.2 to $1.3 million that would be needed for our capital costs to install the solar panels. So with that, staff has been trying to research other funding sources and opportunities, and there haven't been many on the market for public facilities. So we looked into option number 2, which is on the next slide. So option number 2 is a power purchase agreement. What a power purchase agreement does is it leverages the savings from the generation of the solar panel to pay for the upfront capital cost of the panels themselves. So the benefits of it is that there is no upfront cost. Staff enters into agreement with a vendor or another public agency to solicit and manage and and install the solar panels on the facility. And so this was an option that was more attractive to the team as we were unable to find a dedicated funding source for the solar panels. Next slide, please. And so an example of what a power purchase agreement is, just a quick calculation to kind of walk through what it is. If you look at the box on your left, before solar panels, we assume a 1,000 kilowatt hour a month and an average utility rate of about 20 cents per kilowatt hour. Let's assume your bill is $200. If we install a solar system with the power purchase agreement through a vendor, and we assume that you're generating 800 kilowatts a month, and the power purchase agreement rate is at 14 cents a kilowatt hour, that comes to $112. And then because you're generating only 80% of your solar and you're still having to purchase off the grid, on the calculation on the right, you're still needing 200 kilowatt hours at the same rate of 20 cents from the grid, and that comes out to $40. So your new cost with the solar panels will generally be about $152. Next button, please. And so with that, if you take what your cost was before solar panels, that $200, and you subtract the general new cost with the solar panels, you still have a $48 savings, which is about approximately 24%. Next slide, please. And so moving into kind of just kind of a back of the envelope projection on what the San Bruno Aquatic Center would acquire. Well, we have an assumed estimated total electric bill per year of $88,000. Next button, please. And then the estimated equipment costs and administrative costs annually for the solar panels through the power purchase agreement would be, next button, $52,000. And so that brings us a net savings of approximately $36,000. If we project that out over 20 years, that's $1.4 million in savings, in addition to the cost that would be incurred through the power purchase agreement. So what that means is that the city would still be able to realize solar panels at the rack and be able to save $1.4 million over the 20-year term of the agreement. Next slide, please. And so there are many vendors and agencies that provide this service. What the city was able to do was we were able to identify Peninsula Clean Energy as the agency to help with this effort. Peninsula Clean Energy is San Mateo's not-for-profit, locally led electricity provider. They help the county with alternative energy sources or alternative energy sources to their billing. Next slide, please. The program that they're actually working on at the moment is a government solar program, because generally rebates happen for private entities and businesses and in residential buildings. So they've developed this program to help local governments get on-site solar for their facilities to reduce energy costs and meet sustainability goals. The benefits of going with this program is to have them help us engage in technical support, installing solar panels, help drive down costs of the installation through aggregation of a variety of projects, obviously help reduce energy costs with the solar panels, and to hedge against rising utility rates, and then to leverage the federal tax credits and benefits. Next slide, please. So these are the current cities within the county that currently have council approval to move forward with this program. And that's the action that we're going to be discussing about tonight. Next slide, please. So again, the key benefits of the program is that there is no upfront costs. The Peninsula Clean Energy can handle the procurement and installation and maintenance over the 20-year lifespan of the power purchase agreement. And because they are a nonprofit organization, their administrative costs are generally small compared to the overall capital investment. And prior to entering into the agreement, the Peninsula Clean Energy will be providing cost projections for the agreement and in terms of the solar panels and the projected savings. And working with Peninsula Clean Energy, we're able to target grandfathering into NEMS 2.0, which is the previous program that we can leverage to help with further cost savings. Next slide, please. And so what we have today is that we want to have council take an action, a motion to set a public hearing date for June 28th to consider adopting a resolution authorizing the city manager to enter into a power purchase agreement with Peninsula Clean Energy to deploy a solar voltaic system should the city manager determine adequate cost efficiency and other community benefits associated with the agreement. I have Dave Freibush here and Rafael Reyes with Peninsula Clean Energy to answer any questions you may have, and Rod McRae to answer any questions on the RAC project progress. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if we could stop sharing the screen, please. Thank you kindly. With that, are there questions by the council on the presentation? Specifically, keeping in mind that there is going to be a public hearing on the 28th on that entering into the agreement. Any questions at this time? Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask probably the city manager. I know we talked a little bit about this, but around the power purchase agreement, there are definitely pros and cons to these agreements. I am familiar with them. And I just wanted to ask the city manager if there could, you could make that there's a review of the agreement and to ensure that it's I guess the best avenue moving forward with an individual or a firm that specializes in this area. And I should ask the question publicly, has this been reviewed by anyone who specializes in these agreements?
Javon Brogan, City Manager, Vice Mayor Mason. Yes, I know you asked, we talked shortly before the meeting, and yes, prior to the public hearing, we can have the draft PPA reviewed by a specialized legal counsel that reviews PPAs. So we will certainly work with legal counsel to have that done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from colleagues? If not, then thank you to everybody for time and presentation. And I know this will be setting a public hearing. With that, if there is nothing else at this time from Director Lee or City Manager, go ahead.
Mayor Medina, I know this item is a little different than normal, but we do need the City Council to take a vote to authorize the public hearing as per the action. And so if we can have a motion and a vote for that.
Mr. Mayor,
so we are going to have a motion under announcements and presentations on a resolution. That's what is the ask, correct?
Yes.
Thank you for clarity. I think you've
Mr. Mayor.
from yes, Mr. Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you. So moved.
And I will second.
Motion seconded. Marty Medina, Hamilton. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton,
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina,
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason,
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina.
Aye. Okay, thank you for the presentation. And we got a motion already. You got a 5-0 start, so maybe we'll see how the rest of the evening goes. All right, with that, thank you very much. And we'll move on to item D. Receive proclamation declaring June 19th to 25th as National Mosquito Control Awareness Week. And at this time, I'm going to read some of the whereases, and we have with us our Mosquito Vector Board of Director member. And this again is declaring June 19th to the 25th as National Mosquito Control Awareness Week in the city of San Bruno. Whereas professional mosquito and vector control based on scientific research has made great advances in safety, reducing mosquito and vector populations, and the disease they transmit. And whereas, excuse me, the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District was established in 1916, and whereas the San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District's mission is to safeguard the health and comfort of the citizens of the San Mateo County through a science based program of integrated vector management, and whereas National Mosquito Control Awareness Week will increase the public's awareness of the threat of disease and encourage the public to take action in preventing mosquito-transmitted disease, and will highlight the activities of the various mosquito and vector research and control agencies working to minimize the health threat within California. Now, therefore, I, Rico E. Medina, Mayor of the City of San Bruno, do hereby proclaim the week of June 19th through the 25th, 2022 as Mosquito Control Awareness Week in the City of San Bruno. And with that, do we have Mr. Rico?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Robert Rico, the City of San Bruno's trustee to San Mateo County Mosquito and Vector Control District, and I'm pleased to be here to accept your city's proclamation recognizing the week of June 19th through the 25th this year as National Mosquito Control Awareness Week. On behalf of the district, I want to thank you for this proclamation and to thank your city staff and residents for their continuing assistance in reporting dead birds and mosquito concerns to 344-8592. These reports allow your district to more promptly respond to and work to correct the needs. More information about the district can be found at www.smcmvcd.org. And thank you again for being part of the team to fight the bite.
And on behalf of thank you very much, and on behalf of the City Council, thank you for your continued diligence in representing the City of San Bruno on the Board of Directors. We appreciate it and the updates that you give to us in the community. Thank you again, and wish you a good evening. With that, I'm going to add an item on announcements that I was asked by one of our library volunteers. This coming Saturday, June 18th, the Friends of the Library Public Library will hold a book sale featuring adult and youth fiction, children's books, DVDs, and CDs. The sale will take place outdoors in the courtyard between the library and City Hall from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. All proceeds go to support the San Bruno Library. And that's Friends of the Library who've been doing this for a long time, and they're trying to be mindful again with our current environment and having that outside. And again, that is this Saturday. It is between 10 and 3 p.m. So with that, that will conclude announcements and presentations. And now we will move on to consent. All items are considered routine or implement an earlier council action and may be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion unless requested. We have items 6A through 6K. Are there any council members that wish to pull an item for a separate vote? Seeing none, are there any council members that want to either ask a question or make a comment on an item on consent? Councilmember Medina.
Yes, item J.
Item J, thank you. Any other items? I'm going to ask for item G. Any other items from colleagues? No, I said G.
Oh,
the wrong
sorry.
Medina. It's okay.
Got it.
Medina 1's going to be J. Medina 2's going to be G.
Very confusing, but yes.
It happens. Okay, anything else? If not, let's start to move on to consent items. First is G. Adopt resolution authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with the San Mateo County Transportation Authority, Peninsula Corridor Joint Power Board, the City of South San Francisco for the preliminary engineering environmental review phase of the Southern Linden Avenue and Scott Street grade separation project with commitment of local matching funds of up to $136,350. The only reason I'm bringing that up is that it's one of those opportunities that staff and us have gone forward. And again, this is for $4.95 million in grant funding that comes from the Transportation Authority for grade SEPs. That's required of a 10% put in from the cities, so South City and San Bruno. Obviously, City of South City is doing $386,000, and we doing the remaining to make that 10%. So I just want to bring that up, that is not the initial first funding that the Transportation Authority has issued for this project and for Linden, but appreciate that and the staff again, and all of us looking for those opportunities. I had nothing else on that topic, just wanted to make that comment. I'd like to move on to item J for Councilmember Medina. Adopt resolution approving agreement between the City of San Bruno and the Public Safety Management Bargaining Unit and authorizing the execution by the City Manager. Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to acknowledge and thank everyone for their efforts in securing this 4-year labor agreement. So thank you all.
Thank you. With that, are there any members of the public that wish to speak on consent?
No hands are raised.
Thank you very much. Bringing it back to council again, it's items 6A through 6K. Is there any action from council? Councilmember Hamilton.
I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion seconded. Hamilton, Salazar. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hamilton?
Aye.
Councilmember Marty Medina?
Aye.
Councilmember Salazar?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Mason?
Aye.
Mayor Rico Medina?
Aye. Consent passed 5-0. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll move on to the study session. Item A, receive the city manager's proposed budget for fiscal year 2022-23 and staff presentation on the capital improvement program. That's the budget. This will be our second budget study session that we've had, and now we'll turn it over to our city manager to begin us on the proposed budget, please.
So, good evening, Mayor Medina, members of the City Council, John Grogan, City Manager. Thank you once again for your time and thorough review of the proposed budget. As the Mayor said, we are here for our second budget study session. This presentation is intended to be a two-part presentation. First, we will do a quick overview of the City Council's questions from our first study session. That was on Tuesday, May 31st. We had a very robust conversation on the proposed operating budget, and the City Council did ask a few follow-up questions, and we want to begin tonight with a brief highlight of the answers to those, and then we will go to the capital improvement budget presentation for a 4.5-hour presentation. No, it won't be 4.5 hours. We have planned an hour presentation on the capital improvement budget. I will begin with follow-up questions from May 31st, followed by the Police Chief Ryan Johansson, who will give a brief presentation to answer a specific question about police staffing. We will then pause at that point and take council member questions on the follow-up questions, and then begin with the capital budget presentation. So let us begin. At the May 31st meeting, the City Council asked really a number of questions were answered at the meeting, but 6 follow-up questions. And written answers for those are provided in your packet on attachment E. And as we step through those, a question was asked on how do other cities allocate their operating budgets? You may remember that we provide a pie chart in that presentation. And so on attachment E, you have pie charts from the city of Daly City, South San Francisco, Millbrae, Burlingame, San Mateo, and Redwood City. I believe this question was asked by Council Member Medina, and it was largely focused on a comparison of public safety staffing. As you'll recall, approximately 57% of our general fund is dedicated to public safety staffing, and the council member asked for other comparisons. So just really quickly, again, 67% of San Bruno's general fund budget is dedicated to police and fire, our 2 fully operational 24-hour departments. In Daly City, it's 67%. In South San Francisco, 54.7%. In Millbrae, 60%. In Burlingame, 49%. In San Mateo, 41%, so lower than the others. Probably worth noting that it's really just the size of that city. San Mateo's police department budget alone is $51 million. That's the size of our entire general fund. And in Redwood City, their public safety budgets in total are $56 million. So in summary, our allocation of 57% for both police and fire is right in line with other cities in the county, but the information is there. The next question was, please provide a list of our fleet cost and life cycle, and you have that in the attachment. It goes on for just over one page, and it lists all 136 vehicles in our fleet, their unit value and their replacement value at this time. We also note in the response to that question that in the proposed budget, there is a proposal for a fleet utilization and assessment study. And so note that should that be approved, all these values will be adjusted. The next question was, how do other cities compare in terms of the CIP project and the number of projects and overall appropriation? So we provide an answer on page 137 of your 600-page budget packet. And so that provides a comparison of two cities, San Mateo, San Bruno, and South San Francisco. And then we also provide reference links for Millbrae, Burlingame, and Pacifica. And that's part of that is a summary for a presentation you received earlier. Number 4 was additional information on the Community and Economic Development's budget enhancement request for additional contract services support. And we also provide a org chart that goes through the positions within our building division. And one of the questions from council members, and I believe this was Vice Mayor Mason, asked about vacancies. So to date in building, we have 1 vacancy, and that is a Community and Economic Development Technician. That vacancy was triggered by a promotional opportunity of a current employee moving up. We also have consultant support for both senior building inspector, that was a 1-year enhancement, as well as a in-house plan examiner and an off-site plans examiner. And detail is provided on each of those, articulating a few things. One, for the senior building inspector, for large development projects. That is a contractor due to the intense level of building activity we have now, fully paid for by those large development projects. And the one that is noted there actually for the YouTube project, and their, I think it's 400 and 450 Bay Hill Drive properties that are under construction. And we anticipate continuing that because they are beginning their phase 1 of the Bay Hill specific plan. With regard to the in-house plans examiner, that is a new request, and as we noted on May 31st, it is a enhancement for the counter permit services that we would like to enhance the number of hours that we provide over the counter permits, and bringing on a contractor in this first year really to test by increasing the number of available hours. Are we able to provide that service? Should it be successful and we fully ramp up, I think in subsequent years we can make a decision on, do we keep that as a contract, or do we realize that the support is there and the cost recoverability is there to add a full-time ongoing position. The next is the off-site plan check, and that is because we have an enhanced level of development activity happening now, and the contractors are paid fully by our development fees when they use the off-site plan check. And so the responses there provided in approximately 2 pages of text, but that's a high-level summary. Next, there was a request for additional information on the recent organizational assessment by the Parks Maintenance Division, that is within our Community Services Department, and further details on the proposed staffing, which are enhancement requests for the Parks Division. And so there is an Exhibit A, which is a memorandum that is titled Parks Organizational Alignment. It provides organizational charts and significant detail, as well as the job description for the community services technician, and answered a number of questions that were brought up in that. Namely, and this is on page 2 of 5 of the memo, it talks about infrastructure maintenance and the segregation of duties and the necessity that the department has realized to create a construction crew, so a 2-person crew that can be more specifically and dedicated to preventative maintenance and as well as inspection and repair of our park assets versus taking our maintenance staff that do the regular routine landscape maintenance and median maintenance and diverting their attention away every time there's preventative maintenance needs or a need to respond to an infrastructure failure within our park system. So creating a construction crew, there's conversations on that. There's also an explanation of the need to create a dedicated administrative personnel, provided the title of a technician, a community services technician, to better administrate our tree program as well as our ACELA and SB response requests for services. And so that's articulated. But probably most importantly, on page 4 or 5 of the memorandum, there's a chart that provides an overview of the proposed hours and FTEs that are currently dedicated to construction, park maintenance, tree maintenance, median maintenance, and program support. And it shows both current, proposed, and optimal. There's a notation that we currently have 2 vacant park maintenance technician positions that we are trying to fill. And so while there is not a request for a new FTE, know that when we fill those positions, that will provide additional capacity. And you can see that based on currently, we have in the current year been able to allocate 15,976 hours to the functions within park maintenance, and with the reconfigurations as well as filling those 2 vacant positions, we estimate that we'll be able to spend 20,900 hours. And so I think the full complement of analysis that the City Council requested is provided in that 5-page memorandum and with significant detail. The last question was a request for additional information on police department staffing. We talked a little bit about the staffing at the police department compared to prior years and the number of FTEs as a ratio of population. And so there are many ways to respond to that question, but instead of a very, very long memorandum, we thought that it would be best to provide the City Council with just a high-level presentation and discussion of that. And so I requested that the Chief of Police prepare a brief presentation to respond to that question, and we have that now. And so I will stop my screen share and turn this presentation at this point over to Chief Ryan Johansson to answer that question, and then we'll come back to answer any questions for Council on this topic.
Chief Johansson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of Council. I apologize. I guess my connection was a little bit sporadic last time. Hopefully it'll be better. For this brief presentation, as the City Manager noted, there was a question in the previous meeting about Police Department staffing, and I have just a few brief slides here tonight to try to shed a little bit more high-level light on the current staffing situation at the Police Department. So by way of background, as the City Manager said, on May 31st was a Council meeting in which I had identified Police Department staffing as one of our key budgetary challenges. This was not new to this year. This has been a key budgetary challenge over the years historically. Certainly in my 3 presentations to you about the budget, it has been a challenge in all of those. And it's also not isolated to San Bruno. I'm sure that every police chief in the county and probably throughout the state would identify similar problems, maybe even beyond the state of California. So this is not isolated to us here in San Bruno. Nonetheless, he did request some additional information. So I will provide some information about staffing over time, population and other changes over time, how appropriate staffing levels can and have been traditionally determined in police departments, and then talk a little bit about staffing in other cities just to give some benchmarks and some more information for you. So here is a glimpse of population and staffing over time in San Bruno. In the previous presentation, I mentioned the year 1975. It's one we've historically used because as far as our internal documentation indicates, it's the last time that the staffing level was significantly increased in the police department in terms of standard general fund positions. The population in 1975 was about 36,000. We had 57 sworn officers at that point in time. All of them were general fund provided. You can see as the years go on here, these are done in about 10-year increments between 1980, 90, 2000, 2010. We sort of saw a trend in the early 2000s with beginning to reduce that number, 57. In 2010, we had 42,000 population, about 6,000 more than in the 1975 number. And our staffing sat at 48 as opposed to 58 to 57 sworn officers. So a drop of 9. Another change that started to occur around then is that not all of the positions were general funded. At that point in time, we began to secure some grants specifically through the COPS program. And since then, through cost recovery agreements with Tanfan, Artichoke Joe's, and YouTube to expand staffing numbers, which leaves us at present with a population of about 45,000, 46 sworn officers authorized for the police department, 40 of them general fund provided, 6 of them provided by other funding needs. So as we look at that at kind of that higher level, what this translates to is that since 1975, we've had about a 25% increase in our live-in population in the city of San Bruno, about a 48% increase in our daytime population, which is essentially just accounting for the large businesses that have come into town and the average number of employees that they have on a regular basis. This does not account for the transient population simply moving through. And as you know, with 380, 280, 101, and El Camino, Skyline all running through our town is a significant increase as well. In fact, with license plate readers, we know that we do about 1 million distinct license plate reads every 30 days. So that adds an additional burden to the police department because we are the sole agency responsible for handling all the traffic issues that come along with that increase. And since 1975, about 1,600 new residences added to the city of San Bruno. Over that same period of time, we've seen about a 19% decrease in police staffing and about a 28% decrease in general fund police staffing. So as we can see, the population and the number of people we are supposed to be policing continues to increase and the staffing numbers to continue to decrease. So determining appropriate staffing levels in police departments is a long-standing academic issue and argument. There are 5 traditional methods that are sort of looked at. The first is to use crime rates and crime trends to determine what the appropriate staffing level would be. This has obvious problems because it tends to work cyclically and be somewhat short-lived. So if you want to respond to a current crime trend or to a spike in crime rates by authorizing new positions, and then as those change over the next couple of years, you don't need those positions anymore, it's not a very reliable long-term way to determine how you should staff a police department. Another way is through simple per capita, simple mathematics that say we want X number of officers per population. Also can be a bit challenging with fluctuations over time, but it is used in many places throughout the country. Minimum viable staffing is another model. This is done typically through modeling at the police department level at one period of time where they look and say, well, here is sort of the policing burden in this community and here is the bare minimum number of officers that are needed at any given time in order to ensure public safety. And yet another method is authorized budget levels, and then there's workload-based, which would be really kind of, again, similar to crime rate and trends, could be an effective metric to look at, but very difficult to use for long-term staffing planning. In San Bruno, we're probably closest to a hybrid of the third and fourth options you see there. We use a minimum viable staffing model, which says we need X number of cops at any given time to ensure safety. And we kind of combine that with this authorized budgeted levels because obviously we can't employ any employees that are not included in the city council approved budget. I would make an argument as a policing executive, modern policing calls for a much more integral approach that would consider multiple factors, really kind of a combination of some of these different methodologies, including population and crime rates and trends, but also including area type. You know, it's very different to be in a city with a population of 45,000 in the middle of a very rural area where you're geographically isolated, your policing problems are pretty isolated to what goes on within your city limits. However, if you're in among urban sprawl, as we are in San Bruno, things are very different. Those invisible borders between us and the cities that are all around us, criminals do not pay attention to those things. And so oftentimes policing in an urban area with 45,000 population compared to a rural area can be very different. And then finally, taking a look at workload measures would be great, but as I mentioned, can be very challenging. But workloads are not the same agency to agency. And San Bruno does tend to be a very busy department, as you will see from my next slide. So taking a look at crime rates, because this is something that pops up, and we try to articulate how we're busy or we need more cops or fewer cops, this slide will give a general idea of some data on crime rate comparisons. And this is from 2018 Universal Crime Reporting data. That data is used because 19, 20, 21 are generally frowned upon to be used in some of the dynamics with COVID and shelter-in-place orders and things that skewed some of these numbers. We will run into some issues in coming years where we're moving away from the UCR model and into a NIBRS model that will report crime differently. But for now, this is generally what is used to ascertain the level of crime in a given jurisdiction. And as you can see here, taking a look at San Bruno, South San Francisco, Millbrae, Pacifica, San Mateo, and Redwood City, in violent crimes per 100,000 population, we are notably higher than any of those jurisdictions.
And in property crimes per 100,000 of population, we are notably higher than any of those jurisdictions. So we do have real policing problems and public safety issues to address, and many of those need to be addressed with increases in staffing. The amount of time that staff has to be proactive in addressing criminal behavior is limited by the number of people you have on the street to handle emergency calls for service. And oftentimes we are strapped to the point where mostly what we can do is respond to emergency calls. Taking a look here at some staffing comparisons in other cities, again, I will acknowledge that sometimes this is a little bit like comparing apples and oranges, but nonetheless, I do think it helps to provide a frame of reference. In San Bruno, we are approximately one officer for every 978 people in terms of our live-in population. And this is only looking at live-in population. You can see the numbers in some of these other jurisdictions. Many of them are not drastically better staffed, so to speak, than we are. But even in South City, you have one for every 750 people. Pacifica is the closest at one for every 900. San Mateo, Redwood City are fairly close. And then just to give a glimpse into what it looks like in larger cities, I've included San Francisco and Los Angeles here, where you have one officer for every 408 of population, or in LA, one for every 390. Those are necessary because population is much more dense there, obviously. And so, it's much more difficult to police a small area with a lot of people in it than it is an area that's more of a bedroom community like ours. On the right column, you can look at what our staffing level would be if we used the per capita models and had the same ratios that these other cities have. So if we use the same ratios in South San Francisco, we would need 60 sworn officers authorized. That would be a delta of 14 from the 46 we're authorized for. Pacifica is about the closest to us, where it would result in 50 if we use the same per capita model, or an additional 4. And then you get down to San Francisco and LA, where the numbers are much, much higher. The FBI does do surveys of staffing levels in police departments, and they put it at 2.4 per 1,000 of population is the national average for municipal police departments. It's a little bit higher at 2.6 in sheriff's jurisdictions or county populations. But at 2.4 per 1,000, if we were to meet that national average, we'd need 108 sworn police officers, which is more than 2.5 times our current staffing level. Obviously, this is not realistic given the financial constraints that we have, and the fact that the big difference here is that our officers are fairly well compensated throughout California. We have professionalized law enforcement, I think, to good effect. And we have to acknowledge when we look at national averages like this, it's taking into account a lot of areas of the country where police are not nearly as well compensated. It's a little bit easier to staff them at these levels. But nonetheless, for sake of reference, here are those numbers. So that's all I have for you this evening, but in terms of the presentation, I am, of course, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, Chief Johansson and Mayor Medina. Staff is happy to take any questions on the responses to your May 31st questions, and we are then happy to go into the capital improvement budget thereafter.
Thank you very much, City Manager. So you heard the presentation, and so questions to the City Manager or the Chief on what was presented to answer our questions. Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. That was really helpful. My question is around post, I guess, review. I know the city did an internal review for about a year of the police practices. We're now in the second year waiting on the third party. And we haven't had an update on that. So I'm just wondering if there are any positions that are recommended, including, I know the chief has done a lot of work to get data as opposed to having an analyst or something along those lines, get data not just for the research purposes, but around new laws that have required the police to do a lot more work around data collection and records requests. So should we wait until we have a better idea whether anything's needed? Because we haven't heard anything of that report for quite some time.
Sure. To the Mayor. Sure. Thank you, Vice Mayor Mason. I think there's an important distinction between the city's safe and equitable policing review and a staffing assessment for the San Bruno Police Department. And so what we did launch following the tragic death of George Floyd is a safe and equitable policing review, a two-part review that began with a internal assessment, phase 1 by the San Bruno Police Department that was reported to the City Council and followed then by a phase 2. That phase 2 is scheduled to be presented to the City Council in a month minus 2 days from now. And so July 12th, at your first meeting in July, you will receive that report. It will talk about our policing practices and have a number of recommendations for operational policing items, but not staffing. There is included a analyst recommendation, for example, but it does not address staffing per capita or returning some of our frozen positions and improving staffing in the police department. As the chief noted, staffing is very much constrained by budgetary resources here, and the proposed budget does include restoring an additional frozen police department position or police officer position. And so I'll stop there. Happy to take any questions, but I also want to invite the police chief to talk a little bit more about the current frozen positions, both those frozen from the prior recession and those frozen due to COVID-19.
Sure. Thank you, City Manager Grogan. Yeah, I think that as we spoke about in the previous budget meeting when I went through the slides, where we end up today is that we still sit with 2 frozen police officer positions from the freezes that occurred in order to accommodate the constraints that came with COVID. We also have a frozen dispatcher position, a frozen police clerk position, and 2 frozen community service officer positions that are still hanging over from the COVID cuts. And so that's where we sit today. The overall picture that creates the situation that I painted tonight with 46 sworn versus 57 is that back in 2008 and 9, during the economic downturn there were 7 frozen police officer positions, only 2 of which have ever been returned since then. And so frozen positions became essentially eliminated positions over the course of the years that followed those cuts.
So I think if I can just follow up. So I do understand that they're separate items, but I also want to make sure that if there are recommendations that are operational, and as we know, operations require humans to operate, that we are clear now whether that's going to be an ask later. So I don't question the needs that Chief Johansson brought before us tonight. I think it's pivotal that our officers are safe and that they have the backup that they need in the office, outside of the office, etc. But I think my question is a different question, but it's associated with the budget because we haven't received any operational recommendations. So we don't know right now whether in order to accomplish them, we're going to need additional staff.
City Manager?
Sure. Through the Mayor, in response to Vice Mayor Mason's question. So on July 12th, you will receive the report on the Phase 2 Safe and Equitable Policing Review. As I stand here today, actually not having a list of those recommendations in front of me, I do know that there is one recommendation for a budget analyst position. I believe that is or not a budget analyst, a crime analyst position. I believe that is the only staffing recommendation in there. That being said, I have had conversations with the police chief and believe that out of all the staffing recommendations, the highest priority are officer positions. And so I wouldn't say that receipt of that report is contingent upon a additional allocation of officer positions. And as we mentioned in the proposed budget, there is a restoration of one of the 2 frozen officer positions from the COVID-19 freezes.
Okay, and I have not seen that, so I guess to the chief, if would the positions that you're requesting cover that analyst position for the time being to meet your needs?
There is not a request in the current proposed budget to add an analyst position. And I think that is, as the city manager alluded to, in an effort to prioritize getting the police officers back on the street, knowing that there are constraints as to what can be returned and in what timeline.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
Yes, thank you for the additional information. It is I wouldn't say it's alarming, but it's a little unsettling to know. And I guess the question would be, clearly an additional police officer is the request, but can we handle another one in our budget? I guess that's for our city manager and for his recommendation. This is the recommended budget, but knowing what we know, and the council does get the water, and the concern when COVID first started and when we had to make cuts, it was the impact on our personnel of burnout, and my feeling is that our number one priority as a council is to make sure people are safe, and I'm open to improving that safety, and what we're hearing is the number one way to improve safety is have more officers, so they can do more policing. So the question would be to the city manager, I know it's really tight in all these budgets, but we have to, we see the data. This is the first time I believe I've seen data like that was so stark of how San Bruno, I feel I live in a safe city, but I've had the car break-ins, and I hear about it, and there's just a lot of stuff going on right now. So I'll wait to hear from the city manager of what we can do to what has to be done in order to add on an additional police officer. Thank you.
City manager, did you wish to?
Sure.
Fine.
Sure. Through the mayor, in response to Councilmember Medina's question, budgeting in San Bruno is not an easy task. San Bruno has a revenue problem, not a spending problem, and I think that's true on every measure. And I believe that we have seen charts before at our last budget presentation that shows in our peer group, we have the second to lowest per capita income in our general fund. And that's reflective of a lot of things. It's reflective of the lack of economic development over the last 40 years, largely impacted by our three-story height cap, and the other fiscal challenges we have with regard to general sales tax revenue in the city. And as the city council knows, we've embarked on a fiscal stability project and have made a lot of successes over the last few years. However, we are not fiscally where we want to be, and we are certainly not able to fund law enforcement staffing nor all of our other units the way they should be. We are underfunded in just about every city department with regard to personnel, and as we know from our labor conversations, San Bruno compensates lower than the labor market average. And so we have financial challenges on a number of different levels, not to mention the ability or the inability to fund our infrastructure. And as we talked about at the last presentation, we know that we have millions of dollars of infrastructure maintenance. And so over the last few years, and including in this proposed budget, certainly those that have been recommended to council, it's been a delicate balancing act on reductions, because we've had to make reductions over the last few years, as well as add-backs. And within the proposed budget, there are a number of positional tweaks, but I just want to highlight that there are only 3 new positions that are recommended that have a significant general fund impact. One of those is a fire captain / position that costs $233,000 fully loaded, and that is related to training of our fire department. A significant add of a management level position in the fire department, but we had a long presentation from the fire department on the critical need of that position and ensuring that our fire department is appropriately trained. The other position is a new purchasing officer within our Finance Department for $108,000. And while it's not a public safety position, it does it will have a significant improvement citywide in supporting purchasing and ensuring that the city is not only getting the best pricing for items, but also ensuring that we follow all of our practices. And this is a position that you should know that the city leadership team talked about, and there was 100% support on the entire city leadership team. And the next position is that restoration of one of the two frozen officers from the COVID-19 reductions, and that's $118,000. And so I think in direct response to Council Member Medina's question is, can we afford to restore another police officer position? I will answer that by saying, can the city write the check? Absolutely, we do that. We have sufficient balance in the general fund to restore another full-time police officer position. What that means is that we will operate a little bit more in the red for this year and have a more negative hit on our general fund balance. But we are able to do that. It will certainly impact our longer-term fiscal plans and add additional costs, but we will do what we do, and if so directed from the City Council, we will adjust. It's also worth noting that it is an option to even temporarily fund that position from the Measure G sales tax. There is sufficient balance in that fund to fund a officer position even on a temporary basis. And so I do think that there are the resources available to us if we choose to do that, but it's a delicate balancing act.
Other questions from colleagues on the presentation so far? I may not have a question, maybe I'm not going to answer for questions, but maybe just a statement, is that I know we utilize the word, this is specifically the police department, we're adding new officer. We're not adding, we're restoring. It's a totally different word, totally different. And I will tell you, it goes back some time, and I know it was a joke about how long I've been here, but there was some time that goes back that a city manager, not ours, current one, had a recommendation, but they couldn't have the funding for a police officer. So what I did is I spent time and I went through line item by line item and found two opportunities in which to find the additional monies to add on the $100,000 that was there, but not the $180,000 that we needed in order to bring on an officer. So that meant two things had to change. So it's about tough choices. And where are we going to spend those dollars? And where are we going to use the opportunities? I think we've been blessed and we are fortunate, as long as I've lived here, being from crime prevention in high school to today as the mayor, that we have been blessed to have staff that we do, that did their job in some unique, challenging times in this city that we all know about, and that they've always been there to respond. And on the other hand, they've also been there to respond when it's times that, hey, we have this recession, hey, we have the COVID. And they, as well as other departments, but we're talking specifically about police, but all across the line, they have done that. And so that is where we should have our thanks and appreciation, be mindful of that. So I just want to make that statement that, it's going to have to be about looking at the budget then, making some tough choices. And where do those dollars go? Because we want to have it long-term and long-lasting. God, the worst thing you want to do is bring someone on, and then all of a sudden, what do we do? And again, that's why I brought up the cops about the state funding. As you saw in the report, we used to have three through that. We have one. So things can change and affect our staffing component. And we've been fortunate. We've had other opportunities to Artichoke Joe's, through Tanfan, now through YouTube, that we've brought forward some officers. But anyway, I just want to appreciate the report of the chief. And again, yes, he's good at this with the numbers and the presentation, so I appreciate that talent that you have. And I know you do it personally for the most part with the help from your team. But I also want to thank the department as a whole. Councilmember Hamilton.
So thank you, Chief, for the presentation. Going back to the city manager's statement regarding are we able to write the check? And you know, the answer is yes. And where would that money come from? We would either, you know, be a little bit more in the red in terms of the general fund, or going to Measure G. I wouldn't be in favor of going to Measure G, even on a temporary basis. But the one thing that I was thinking about is we are in the unfortunate position of having a lot of open positions across the organization, and difficulty in filling some of those positions. Is it true that some of those positions are budgeted to be, you know, to be funded for the entirety of this upcoming fiscal year, but in practical reality, likely will not be, because we have trouble finding staff for there, and staff for those. And is it possible to? I know you can't absolutely rely on it, but from a practical standpoint, it's likely that there would be unused funds for positions that are open. And you know, could we cobble together the funding for another officer from that?
Through the Mayor, thank you, Councilmember Hamilton, for your comments. In short, we've already done that. And so one of the initial budget strategies you do when you have a challenging general fund budget, you look at your attrition and you have a budgeted vacancy savings. We certainly know that we will have attrition throughout the year. We do every year. And so you budget a portion of that vacancy savings actually to subsidize your general fund. That's one of the strategies that we implemented in the proposed budget. In addition, to add the one proposed police officer position that is in the budget, we made reductions of current vacant positions that we know are being recruited but will not be filled on July 1. And so that strategy has also been implemented. And so, you know, if so directed, we can certainly add it, the additional position to the general fund, and as I mentioned, it will be another roughly $18,000, and we will make sure that we adjust in our future budgets to accommodate that ongoing cost. And we do have sufficient general fund balance to accommodate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I know from members of the community that they, you know, it would be like, well, if this project at Sky Park is in, will that give us the money we need? Do we need to rethink some projects or activities? So I think that's what I'm talking about with making choices. And so where's our priorities? So with that said, I've not seen any further hands. And so again, thank you, Chief. Thank you, City Manager, for pausing us just to get through that part. And I know there's the second part in which you wish to embark upon. So please.
And Mr. Mayor, I did see a comment that popped up. Can we, do you want to pause and go to public comment just for this portion, and then we'll continue?
Well, I can read you that's why I mentioned, it said, perhaps we should think about costs of Centennial Park. So that was it's in the question and answer. I hadn't seen that before, but I like that suggestion. Thank you, City Manager. So why don't we pause also? But I did want to read that and see if anybody from the community wished to speak on the presentation from the Chief, as well as the answers that the City Manager gave on the prior meeting. Not seeing any hands at this time, and we'll go back to the City Manager. City Manager? Can you hear me?
We will resume screen share and begin the presentation on the capital budget. And so this portion of our presentation is on the proposed capital improvement budget. As the City Council knows, we talked about our 93 projects, and we've taken some time to break those down in an analysis that you haven't received in prior years, but we wanted to break those projects down into various groups. So those that are in pre-project, pre-development stage, essentially, we have a number of those. Classic example are strategic initiatives. We would like to do X and we allocate some initial funding to explore it, but it's not yet a full capital improvement project because we have yet to identify exactly how much it's going to cost. And then we break down projects that are in the design, the bid stage, execution, and project closeout. And so you'll see that. And so tonight's capital budget presentation, we will provide an overview. We will then have a detailed project discussion based on a number of project areas, beginning with water, wastewater, stormwater, then our city net, our cable department, parks, fire, police, facilities, and streets, and then last technology. And then we will talk about equipment and vehicles, and then debt service. Just want to, and then take questions and next steps. Just want to note that your entire department head team is here, with the exception of Community Services Director Ann Matola, who is out for this meeting, but I will be providing a presentation on her portion. So with that, let's do an overview of our proposed budget, and I'll turn it over to our Finance Director, Chin-Yu Sun.
Good evening, Mayor and honorable members of the Council. Chin-Yu Sun, Finance Director. So first, let me give you an overview of the CIP budget. So our CIP budget, sorry, I cannot see the numbers because it's been. Okay. Yeah, so as always, the CIP project has a lot of carryovers because many of the capital improvement projects last for multiple years, and these will carry over previous council appropriations. There could be from last fiscal year, could be from prior fiscal years. So the total carryover appropriation for the next fiscal year is about $77 million. We are requesting new appropriation of about $58 million. The total 22-23 CIP budget is a combination of the carryover of a prior appropriation and a new request, and the total is about $135 million. Usually we budget a CIP project for a horizon of 5 years. For the upcoming 5 years, so we're going to look at the CIP budget for about $283 million. This is looking at a CIP budget by each fiscal year. As you can tell, the next fiscal year is going to be 135, and then going up until the fiscal year 2026-27. The total 5-year total equates about $283 million. The city manager talked about 93 projects we're going to work on for the next fiscal year, and this is the allocation about which area these projects are coming from. Also will be in the public work. With that, I'll hand over the presentation to our Public Works Director, Matt Lee.
Good evening again, Honorable Mayor and members of Council. My name is Matt Lee, your Public Works Director. As Director Sun indicated on the previous slide, there were 10 major project areas. And so what we wanted to do, you've seen that slide in the past, what we wanted to do for this presentation is to kind of highlight for all the projects, the 93 projects that we're doing this year, what phase that they're currently in. So this is actually a snapshot in time of where we are with the specific projects themselves, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention the recent departures in the engineering section that now created a 71% vacancy rate within the engineering section that will reverberate throughout the scheduling of some of these projects. But I will say that, with the council approval of the on-call project management process, as we last reported, there were 23 projects on hold. Now there's currently 13 because we've been moving our way through that. And so we are able to get a couple of projects going. As you can see on the x-axis, these are the various phases of a project that goes through in time. And so what this slide shows is the portfolio of our CIP and where the progress is. We have projects that are currently on hold, which is about 13. Then there's ones that are in the planning and feasibility stage, where we're generally getting started to work through. And then there's about approximately 20 in design, no projects currently under bid. And then there's 20 construction and 2 in closeout. The trend line that you see, I think that's one thing I wanted to highlight, is kind of give you a sense of where we're going with the projects. When it's at a negative slope like that, that kind of just indicates we have a lot of projects in the planning phases that we need to kind of get started. If it goes into a positive slope and it angles the other way, that means we're finishing off a lot of projects. Ideally, from a CIP perspective, we want to have kind of a horizontal line, as horizontal as possible, so that we can have that pipeline, that delivery pipeline, be able to not be backed up in any of the phases, because certain staff members work on specific phases. You would have to increase or decrease resources for those phases. And so our goal is really to try to keep a steady flow for that. Now, obviously, there are spikes for a variety of reasons when there is an additional need for CIP projects for a variety of reasons. And for those instances, we try to supplement with consultants. Next slide, please. Yeah, and so this slide is, I know it's a little hard to read, but really what I'm trying to show is, the staff and the Herculean task that they've done in trying to get as many projects going as possible. I know it may feel like we have projects that are just sitting on the books, but in the previous CIP, I believe there was approximately 114 funded projects. This year we have 93. So we are working through and trying to clear out as many projects as we can. These are the projects that our staff is currently working on with the supplement of consultants. I wanted to just highlight the projects that are specifically on hold. As you can see, there's a variety of projects that fall within facilities, parks, streets, wastewater, and water. Some of these projects are not on hold because of resources, but namely due to lack of funding as well, where they may have been funded for a specific element or phase, and we could not proceed without any additional funding. And we'll talk more about that later on in the presentation. What I want to highlight next was the new projects. We know that we currently have a lot of projects on hold, and so we're really conscious on starting projects and starting new projects. The projects that we start that are new specifically need to be started within this fiscal year for a variety of reasons, and we'll discuss those throughout this presentation. There currently are only 4 new projects for this current CIP. So in terms of how that breakdown is from a fiscal standpoint, as Director Sun indicated, the current appropriation request is for approximately $58 million. What we would say is approximately 3% of that is new projects at $1.5 million, and we have an unfunded amount for the projects that we are actually currently listing at about 11% for $6.8 million, and we have an active funded amount of approximately $49 million, which is about 85% of current existing projects that we're moving through the pipeline. Now, keep in mind that $25 million of that $49 million is for the RAP. It's fully funded, so it could be completed with construction by the fall of 2023. Next slide. So with that, that's the general overview of the CIP and the health of our progress of our project portfolio. We're going to move into an in-depth discussion of the various CIPs by the 10 major project areas that we listed earlier tonight.
I'm sorry, Director, can we pause for a moment? What I'd like to do at this time, before we get in the in-depth discussion on the projects, I'd like to ask for about a 10-minute recess. Some of the staff and council have been meeting since 4:30. Just want to give an opportunity, and then we'll come back and so we get in the in-depth discussion. If that's okay with you, Director.
As long as it's okay with you.
Cool. Thank you. All right. With that said, colleagues, we are going to take a 10-minute break. I have 8:45 currently. If we could be back with cameras on at 8:55, I'd appreciate it. Please stay logged in, and we will be in recess for 10 minutes. Vice Mayor Mason, and city staff are back and ready. There we go. And we'll go ahead and return from recess and reconvene. We left off with Director Lee on the in-depth discussion of the CIP projects, and I will turn it back over to City Hall to continue. Thank you.
Good evening again. I just wanted to confirm that you guys could see the PowerPoint.
Yes, we can.
All right, so continuing where we dropped off, we're going to go with the in-depth discussions on CIP projects. I want to first start with the major project area of water. As you can see here, we have, looking at the trend line, we do have a lot of projects that we're trying to move on to get into construction. I wanted to highlight a few projects that are in this current CIP. One of the new projects that we talked about is the water quality well system upgrades and the Sweeney Ridge tank chlorine generator installation. The water quality system upgrades are to help upgrade an outdated system that the supplier does no longer manufacture some of the equipment. That's the image that you see on your left. We want to move to a more integrated style that is more automated, that will allow us to create operational simplicity, to allow for remote monitoring of our water system to ensure safe drinking water as we move forward. Sweeney Ridge is essentially a similar project where they are looking to generate a treatment in-house through the utilization of salt, so we do not have to move the materials up through Sweeney Ridge as often. It will allow us to bring smaller materials and generate the treatment on site. And so that will come at the cost of $600,000 this year, and that cost is for the implementation of the system itself. Another project that I wanted to kind of highlight for this year, the Acapella Well Project, which is at Commodore Park. That project is it's anticipated to move into construction at the end of next fiscal year. And so we're budgeting funds for that project as well. And really what I want to highlight for the water major project area are the various programs that we have. We essentially have programs that focus on pump station replacements, and then we have programs that focus on tank replacements, and ones that focus on main improvement replacements, which are the Avenues projects that you guys recently approved. As you can see, as part of the request, the pump station program itself, we're anticipating going into construction and design for the Sneath Lane and Lake Drive pump stations, and that generally accounts for a majority of the cost for those projects. The tank improvement projects themselves, we have a section of 4 tanks where we anticipate 2 of the tanks to enter into construction in the fiscal year 23-24 and 24-25. What we're accommodating for here is to just ensure we have that project delivery pipeline available. So this is the start construction of the other 2 tanks, I apologize, to continue and initiate design of the other 2 tanks so that when we're done with construction, we'll have other tanks readily available to move into construction. Those 2 tanks that we're trying to initiate design on is the Commodore tank and the Princeton tank. The main improvement program itself, Avenues 3-2, is to begin design for the next phase of work, and that's what that request is for. Now moving on to wastewater. Similar to water, we have a lot of projects in planning and design, and we're trying to move those through the process. I want to highlight just pretty much the wastewater programs. Similar to water programs, we have 3 areas. One is the sewer main improvement and replacement program. Those coincide with the Avenues projects. We try to inconvenience the general public as minimally as possible, and so we usually combine those projects with the Avenues, with the water main replacement, and so those kind of run in alignment with that. We have a couple of pump station projects that we're working through at the moment, and I think the $100,000 accounts for just ensuring that we can complete the design and move forward with those. And then the water quality control plant is the treatment plant that we partially own with South San Francisco. There's always a set amount that we set aside for CIP to ensure that the treatment plant functions properly. and our percentage share is, I believe, approximately 23%. Next is stormwater. As you can see here, I guess the good news is we're doing good because the trend line is generally flat. The not so good news is we actually don't have funding for any additional stormwater projects. The two stormwater projects that I highlight here are generally ones that come from grant funds or federal funds that we're able to move forward with. The regional stormwater capture project is not yet fully funded, but there is appropriation from various funding sources to help us move along and through the planning phase. The Spyglass Drive Storm Drain Improvement Project is in the process of moving through construction. Those are FEMA-funded funds for the Spyglass Drive storm drain issue. Moving next on to facilities, this is one of the good ones that I always like to look at when the trend is going up. In the trend line, it shows that we're kind of pushing projects through. We have currently 7 in construction, and we're anticipating of trying to move more projects along. As we know with our facilities, the major project is the Recreation Aquatic Center. That's the RAC. That's approximately $23 million that I was talking about. That is part of this current year appropriation. These funds were authorized previously by council, but we're just through the CIP budget making sure we have the appropriate allocations for it in the budget book. So for the facilities programs themselves, these are the programs that we're currently looking to fund this year. The Fire Station 51 reconditioning program. We have some of the oldest fire stations in the county, and our facilities are not far behind. So the Senior Center Facility Maintenance Program is also another one that we're working on. One of the good things is recently this past week, just in time for the heat wave, we were able to replace that chiller, as you guys recall, that failed, and we had to replace it on an emergency basis. We were able to get those all lined up and to get the chiller working in time at the Senior Center. Now, there's 2 projects here that I wanted to kind of highlight. As you can see in the new request, the dollar amounts are grayed out. Those are the ones that are actually unfunded at the moment. They're funded with unfunded funds. And so, the library code compliance upgrade program is one. There's a couple of things that need to be replaced at the library due to code compliance. And there's also the City Hall maintenance program that is also unfunded. With these programs, the City Hall maintenance facility, as you can see, the projected cost through 26-27 on the furthest right-hand column, $850,000, which seems a lot higher than all the other facilities themselves. And maybe you're asking yourself, why is that? There's a couple of reasons. A couple of these facilities have already received maintenance repairs, right? The library code compliance program has made some initial repairs, and there's the Senior Facility Center has made upgrades to the chillers. The City Hall facility itself has not had any upgrades to the roof, repairs to the roof or to the HVAC system on the roof. Generally, the large cost is based on the square footage of the building itself, which is much larger than a lot of our other facilities, square footage-wise, which means the roof is a significant amount. And on the City Hall roof themselves, there's 13 unique HVAC units on there. So it's not one HVAC unit. There's multiple zones for such a large area. Systematically, in order to work through those, equipment cost alone, I believe, is about $5,000 a piece. And so, there's been thought process of like, maybe we could phase them, we could be more prudent, but generally when you're replacing the roof and the HVAC units, you kind of have to do them all at once. There's also the cost of bringing in the crane. If we do it in multiple mobilizations, it's not really fiscally prudent to do that. And so those are the things we're generally looking at. Now with these unfunded funds, we were able to identify other projects this current year that may not be moving forward. So we were going to reallocate some of the funds to these 2 unfunded projects. And we look to do that in the next budget, the adopted budget that's going to go to council for review. Next is the streets projects. We're generally moving along in streets. It's a combination of projects that are funded locally and through grants. Some of the projects that we kind of generally want to highlight that we will be working on is the Crystal Springs Road Utility Undergrounding Project. Those are ones we're looking to get started with PG&E, and we're looking to utilize the Rule 20 credits to move forward. we're in discussions with them to see when we can initiate that. The Scott Street grade separation, as discussed earlier in the evening by Mayor Medina, that's the local match funding that we need to help with the planning phase. There's also the ADA pedestrian ramps at various locations. That's part of our ADA transition plan. We allocate generally about $100,000 a year to ensure that we can continually move on upgrading on our curb ramps throughout the city. And then there's the Transit Corridor Pedestrian Connection Project, where there's a bulb out that needs to be built at a curb extension at San Bruno and Green with retroreflective flashing beacons. And so that's what that $80,000 cost is for there. In terms of the programs that we have for streets, I want to just point you to the top row of the pavement management program and the new request. I think we've heard the community loud and clear through Measure G and everything else. What we're going to do is paving. There's about $7.9 million allocated to a slurry seal project and a rehabilitation program. We also have the sidewalk repair program. We recently just completed one, that program, and we're looking to institute a new phase of that program for the next upcoming year. And so that's also a new project. And then there's also the pedestrian safety and traffic calming program that we utilize these funds as part of TSPC to initiate studies and implement things that is approved by the transportation by TSPC. The traffic signal rehabilitation program, there's a small $40,000 amount. Our traffic signal infrastructure is aging. There are certain components that are not replaceable, and so what we're going to do is take an evaluation to initiate evaluation, see what may need to be upgraded as part of our signal system to ensure that they're properly functioning. And with that, that concludes my components for the major project areas. I'll hand this off to Director Krishna Murthy for his CIP projects.
Thank you. Good evening. This is Sandeep Krishnamurthy. I'm the Director of San Bruno CityNet Services, here to talk about CityNet and technology CIPs. The next slide, please. We basically just have one project and it's in construction. In fact, it's close to coming to fruition. And that one project is the Channel 1 upgrade, which the council was gracious enough to fund using ARPA funds last year. And the original ask was $250,000. We have a carryover of, and the projected cost through 26-27 is slated to be exactly that $250,000. This cost accommodates the upgrade of the channel from standard definition to high definition telecast. And the stage we are at currently is we are going to have our first test of the high definition feed this coming Friday at the Senior Center. And we should be in a position to go forward with the telecast in a few weeks from now. When I say we're going to have the first test, it's our programming manager who's put the equipment together, and it's all our staff at CityNet Services who's going to make the daisy chain that links the telecast that would be happening at the Senior Center in a hybrid format to carry through new fiber lines to our rack at 398 El Camino Real and then on to the head end at 140 Arbor Court. So that's what's being tested this weekend. The equipment's already in-house and ready to be deployed. Next slide, please. The unfunded project we have is the big one for us, which is the conversion of the 83% of the system that's not currently under fiber into 100% fiber system-wide. And the pilot project we have just completed in the Marisol neighborhood. We have recently started doing installs. This comprises pulling fiber through underground conduit that was previously available to about 115 single-family homes. We currently have an offer available in this neighborhood of 2 months of free service to encourage signups, and we are getting quite a number of calls for those signups. A few details about the fiber to home citywide project. Back in 2019, when the first presentation on the project was made to the council, the cost estimated was $12.4 million. And the project involves the replacement of all outside wiring with fiber optic cable, and then removal of old electronics, installation of new electronics in its place, and advanced technology services to be provided over this new fiber, which primarily would comprise 1 gigabit internet connectivity to homes across San Bruno. So this project, just to underscore the earlier point, remains unfunded. The backdrop or the backdrop to an assessment of this project is currently underway. A consultant has been engaged to carry out an assessment of the CityNet enterprise, and the reports are due by the end of this month. On the technology side, which involves the information technology department, we have 3 projects in the planning and feasibility stage. We have 2 in construction, and we have 1 in closeout. The next slide. Thank you. The first of these projects for technology involves a software needs assessment upgrade. We are carrying forward an amount of $94,700, having not used it in the previous year. The second project, which is currently in or very close to completion, is the replacement of the city phones. The city manager, which is the term used for the server that manages the city's phone system, is on an old version of Cisco, and that needs to be upgraded to a new cloud-based as well as on-premise version, which would accommodate the needs of the city going forward. The replacement has been identified. The phones are currently in shipment to the city, and the servers that need to be set up at the back end are being set up. The online permit, if you could go back here, thank you. Online permit system upgrade. We are currently in the process of transitioning from the full suite of eTrackIt over to a new system called the My Government Online System, MGO. And the new request in 22-23 is for $50,000. This adds to the 170 from the prior appropriation, and the projected cost of 26-27 is estimated at $370,000. EOC equipment upgrade, again, it is in process. The equipment's being installed. The EOC facility itself is undergoing quite a serious upgrade in terms of connectivity and facilitation for EOC operation should the need arise at any point in the near or longer term future. Disaster recovery, we have already spent $150,000 on installing a new disaster recovery system, and we have a new request for $100,000 with about $350,000 projected through 26-27. This aspect of operations is an ongoing need for the city and will require frequent reinforcement of existing infrastructure to accommodate growing needs, which we anticipate happening over the years. The ERP upgrade, we had previously asked for $200,000. The current ERP system in use in the city is called Eden, and it's from a company called Tyler Munis. This system is projected to go to reach its end of support and end of life by 26-27 per recent announcements from the company. However, there is a likelihood that the timeline might move. To accommodate the potential timeline moving up on us, we have undertaken an assessment of participating in a multi-agency format to secure a subscription to a new ERP platform. Primarily for this reason, we are asking for the council to accommodate a new request for $1 million in the coming fiscal year. And this is, while this may not end up being used, it's to have as a backstop in case the need arises for the city to move quickly to replace its existing ERP system and move to a new platform potentially on a multi-agency use format. The projected cost, 26-27, we are estimating at $2 million at this time. Next slide, please. Unfunded projects in IT, application and infrastructure upgrade. We have yet to complete assessments of what's needed going forward and what's coming down the technology pipeline for the city itself. As and when we have details, we will be coming back to the council and making requests that are appropriate within the context of budget and timing. Citywide software upgrade, the need does remain for the city to have its own data warehouse and also BI, which stands for Business Intelligence and Reporting. These we have not addressed in the current CIP. This brings me to the end of the CIP projects for CityNet and for IT. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you, Director Krishnamurthy. I just want to back up really quick to the ERP upgrade because I know that $2 million is a large figure, but as council should know that it is in line with the cost to replace those systems. But I also want to remind council that last year during our budgeting process, the only way that we actually have the ability to fund this project is that the council reserved a portion of the ARPA funds to pay for this project. So remember, the total, I think it was roughly $8 million that we received from ARPA. We had a long-range funding plan for those ARPA funds, and $2 million of those ARPA funds were set aside for the ERP upgrade. So that's where this $1 million would come from. It is not our general facility reserve account. And not seeing any hands, continue on. Looking at the mayor, shall we continue? Okay. I am not Ann Matola, the Director of the Community Services Department, but I will provide her slides. This is the path for our capital improvement projects within the Parks Department. So 3 are on hold and 2 are in the feasibility stage, and we will talk about those here. And so Beckner Shelter, prior appropriation in last year's budget of $250,000. That's actually for the roadway leading to Beckner Shelter. I think you all know the pothole-ridden roadway that leads to Beckner Shelter. And so council allocated funds for that project, and we will be moving forward with that. Likely timed with other paving projects to achieve economies of scale. Florida Park Avenue, as council knows, that project, while there was a prior appropriation for a number of design and improvements for building on a full park, and then a greening allocation because just before the pandemic, we were actually, and at this point I can't remember if it was just before the pandemic or just after the pandemic, but we were able to open a greening of Florida Park and take away the temporary fencing. But the large vision remains unfunded, and so until we secure sufficient funding for that park, we will continue. As the council knows, we have applied for grants, but unfortunately have been unsuccessful. Park Pathways Project, this is a project that has had significant funding in the past, and the new allocation is really just a small delta allocated to finish the Pacific Heights Park and finish the pathways in Pacific Heights Park. Posey Park at $275,000 is really just a recognition of the grant funds that we received from the county, as well as a reappropriation of local city funds. The initial pot was coming from parking loop funds, but due to a reimbursement that we had to provide a development project, those parking loop funds were no longer available, and so there's reappropriation from the city facilities reserve account just to ensure that that project is fully forward and will move forward now that we have received from the county of a grant of $200,000. And then there's a citywide baseball lighting and fencing upgrade of underfunded at $2 million. We have applied for grants for this and have not yet received word of any funding, but we will continue to look toward opportunities to fund this. And so that encapsulates the park projects that are active and moving forward and those that are unfunded. Worth noting, sort of putting back on my city manager's hat, that I know the council knows that we are only representing the projects that are in this year's CIP. There are a whole host of other unfunded projects that we're not discussing. And so the next CIP section, not seeing any questions, and looking at the mayor for confirmation, we will proceed on to Fire Chief Ari.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Mr. DeLay. Looks like we have a hand there.
Oh, you know, one Medina says go, another Medina says pause. Councilman Medina.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Medina. The question I have for the city manager is of those projects that you referred to that we don't have the funding for, what, maybe not tonight, but maybe we can get a list of what those are, just so that we have clarity on the scale and the number of projects.
Sure.
Thank you.
Just really quickly to respond to that, we do have a list of unfunded projects. The honest answer is that it is not complete because as a city, we have not undertaken a full facility assessment. We do intend to have that discussion with the city council in the upcoming year, and as the city council knows, we are expecting to be in receipt of significant one-time funds from the YouTube project, both in community impact fees and community benefits. And so,
hey guys, I need you to be quiet.
As we begin to prioritize those funds, undertaking a comprehensive citywide facility assessment, so we both have a good understanding of the known knowns, also the known unknowns. And what I mean by that is we know that we have subterranean sprinkler infrastructure, for example, that is in need of repair and that is aging, but we have no idea how much that is going to cost because we have yet to undertake that assessment. So know that work is ongoing. We can provide you with what we have, but it is very much incomplete. Chief DeLay.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of council, Ari DeLay, your fire chief. And if I could have the next slide, I'll be here to present this evening our two CIP issues for the fire department. We can just, this is the phasing again, that the Public Works Director alluded to. Give me just one moment, I'm going to turn this noise down for you. Okay, so we have for the fire department, we have two CIP projects for this year that are ongoing. The first one would be the Crestmore Canyon Wildfire Mitigation Project. Our prior appropriations of $1.95 million is going to be continued in this year. We have no additional appropriations for this year, but we do have the citywide wildfire mitigation that we have approximately $150,000 of new appropriations for this year. And the total $2.1 million of appropriations, and we've just carried over that $150,000 for this year for this current citywide wildfire mitigation effort, and for a total of 4.1 projected through the total length of the CIP. And if I could move on to the next slide. It looks like it's wrapped up there for the two slides.
We will turn, if there are no questions, Mayor, we will turn the presentation over to Ryan Johansson, our police chief.
Seeing no hands as well, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Once again, Ryan Johansson, your chief of police, present on just a couple of CIP projects that are open for the police department. Next slide, please. In terms of status of the three current CIP projects of the police department, all of them sit in the planning and feasibility phase at this point in time. The three projects are the radio system replacement project. There was a prior appropriation of $448,000. This radio system replacement project is remaining open because we anticipate, as I have reported to council previously, the need to move forward with some radio encryption work over the coming years, and so we will be wrapping up the current phases of this project and then looking to potentially keep it open and extend it for that project in the immediate future.
The second is the dispatch and records ergonomic update. This is a project that was initiated a number of years ago in order to improve our dispatch center. You can see a picture there of some of the improvements that have been made. This is actually a bit of an old photo, and there have been substantial improvements made since then. $150,000 prior appropriation. Projected cost through the next year remains at that $150,000. And finally, the downtown parking program, which I have also reported on independently to council, $225,000 prior appropriation. 106,000 of new requests here in 22-23. Project cost through 26-27 of $652,000 to get the downtown parking program up and running, including the metering as well as the ALPR-based enforcement as we have discussed in the past. And that is where the police department sits with its 3 CIPs.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions? Seeing none.
Through the mayor, I have just one quick question.
Oh, yes, please. Councilmember Hamilton, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. The downtown parking program, given the updates you've provided on this project, it seems like it's further along. It wouldn't be considered to be in design at this point?
I think because we're still in the phase of needing to acquire bids and determine who the vendor will be, and we still have some policy items to bring to council, is why it still sits in that planning phase.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, we'll move on to equipment and vehicles, please.
Council members and Mayor, I'm here. It's me again, the Finance Director. I'll carry on. Finish the last few slides for the presentation. So today's presentation covers a little bit more than just CIP. We have some lingering parts of our budget. One is the equipment and vehicles. We have equipment reserve funds. Mostly we use for general funds only, and then to use the fund for heavy equipment, furniture, and fixtures and vehicles. Prior to 2021, $340,000 was allocated anyway from departments, but postponed this year for the third time. If you do remember, we postponed for the year of 2021, and then because last year we had a forecast of shortfall in the general fund budget, we didn't do that. And this year, even though we have a little bit more fund balance, but we have concerns, and as I described it in the last session, that we may have to set up a reserve for some of the review received from CDPFA. So we're not proposing to have the equipment reserve allocation from all the other departments. Probably that's some discussion we can have when we receive the YouTube benefit, community benefit payment. But that will be a discussion department will have with the city manager and with the city council. Based on all the requests, we have a forecast. The reserve balance will be about $2.6 million by the end of fiscal year 22-23. Okay. The strategy of the equipment reserve, staff usually discuss with council on replenishment and future spending after receiving community benefit payment. Oh, that's what I talk about, the YouTube benefit payment. And then we have separate counts for equipment, furniture, and then vehicles. And then we will develop a complete inventory and consider additional funding for the equipment and replacement. Next slide, please. Here's a look at equipment replacement fund request for the for next fiscal year. This page covers the entire general fund, and there will be 3 market police vehicles and 2 all-market police vehicles. And police department also asked for hard shields, armory cabinets, and then ballistic helmets for police officers. These those are, and then we also have obtained some recommendation from the Management Committee to provide emergency response vehicle and updating for fire department at $60,000. Street needs some service trucks, and then the parks need the inspector's vehicle. And there's 2 items on the bottom. They're John Deere zero-turn mower and a mower trailer. These add up of $23,000. I want to point it out to the council that these items were actually approved in the last this last budget session, that's actually, they were approved for purchase for the fiscal year 2021-22. The reason department requests them again is because there is a supply shortage. We were not able to order this more and more trailer, so that way the funds we are not able to encumber the funds, and therefore additionally, so it's kind of refreshed request. So it's not really anything you have already approved this request last year, which is added to the budget because the finance department operation issue process specifically applicable to the situation like that. The next page is about the enterprise funds request. All the water, wastewater, stormwater, they have vehicles. They are on a replacement schedule, so we're requesting some replacement for the vehicles. All in all, equipment replacement is about $105,000. We have just shy of $1 million for vehicle replacements. And the new request is only for the fire department emergency vehicle for $60,000. So I'll pause here for vehicle and then equipment replacement request if you have any questions at this time.
Questions from colleagues? I just had one. There are obviously separate accounts for the, as you indicated, for the equipment, furniture, and vehicles. And I know I brought this up, this is some years ago, and I just don't recall when. But when was the last, if we could check, not now, when the last time it was audited? Because obviously what I saw last time was things stood on the books, they were being accrued for, but yet they really weren't in service, or they weren't really in within our possession any longer, due to age or being circulated out. So if that could just be checked back, when was the last time we did it? And that's it. Not, for a later time.
Okay. Sure. Mayor Medina, may I provide a quick response to that question, because they will be audited again in the proposed fleet and equipment utilization study that's proposed in the budget. And so that will take a deep dive look at the city's equipment reserve and both confirm and refresh how much is allocated for each vehicle and how much we should be setting aside. It will also take a holistic look at our fleet and determine, have there been fleet creep, where there's vehicles that should have been retired that were not retired, and provide a new assessment of how many vehicles we need within our fleet. With regard to the question of a allocation in the fleet reserve between vehicles and equipment, there's it is not segregated by fund. Other cities do have separate funds for vehicles, furniture, and equipment. We do not. We have one fund for all citywide equipment, including vehicles. One of the recommendations we will be providing once there are sufficient funds is to segregate the funds and have what's often called a FF&E, fixtures, furniture, and equipment fund, because while one chair may only be $100, when you have thousands of chairs, it's quite a sum, and so you should be setting aside discreetly for all of your soft assets like that. And so we'll talk about that further, both through the fleet study and through our citywide asset study.
Yes, and thank you, and I understand that it's in one and you want to separate, which I think is right, but also just that we're auditing all of those items, and that's all. When the last time. Thank you. Okay, and other questions from colleagues at this time? All right, proceed, please.
So the last section of my presentation is regarding our debt service. The city generally has very low debt portfolio, debt holding. The debt management policy was adopted by the council in October 2017. The city only issues debt when it's economic efficient. The debt issuance usually needs to integrate with the capital improvement plan, and we will only consider refinancing with the debt service savings greater than 3% of present value. We haven't really done any refunding in the last 2 years, as I could remember. As we all know, the interest rate has been on the rise, so right now it's not really a good time to refund any debt outstanding. So we have, actually, the city city has 5 debt outstanding. These are the new recent debt from 2017 and 2018 and 2019. Those 3 are most recent bonds. And the city's credit rating, that's for geo debt, is a AAA rated. That's mainly because we have very low debt burden for the city. Next slide, please. These are just looking at the debt matrix for the citywide. The debt level, we actually per capita debt level is on the rise, but technically is not. We have adding more debt only because of the population in San Bruno, city of San Bruno is decreasing. That's why we're seeing the per capita debt level is going up. But because of the housing property values is on the rise, that's why. But in terms of debt to market value of assessed property is going down for 22-23. And debt service burden certainly has been reducing because we have not issued any new debt. The debt is being paid off gradually every year. So we definitely see the trending of the debt burden going to decrease over the time until the city decides to issue new debt. And we are advertising all the debt within the city's guideline. And debt service coverage also, the debt service coverage for both water and wastewater enterprise has gone down. The only reason is that debt service coverage is a ratio of debt burden in terms of the revenue. We have forecasted a lower revenue for water and both water and the wastewater enterprise in the upcoming fiscal year because of the concerns of the drought year. So that's why you see the annual debt revenue over debt service is going down. But all in all, I think the city's debt situation is very good. We are still holding very low debt burden, and all metrics are favorable as compared to the targets. So with that ends up my presentation, and that's the final part of our budget presentation, and then we'll listen to council's discussion for the guidance for our next steps.
Thank you very much for all the presentations and information. And at this time, what I'd like to do, due to the hour, is see if there's any members of the public that wanted to make any comments or ask questions. Since at this time, if they needed to depart, let's give them that opportunity. So at this time, if there's anybody from the public that wishes to speak on any of the items or presentations that you've seen this evening, now would be the time at which to raise your hand, please.
No hands are raised.
Okay. Thank you. With that, we'll bring it back to City Council to see if there are any additional questions or comments.
There was an item entered into the Q&A. I don't know if we want to address that. It was related to fiber.
Yeah, I've gotten another council member let me know, and I've notified the city manager of the question. That's in the Q&A, which is, I don't know if it's seen, but it was a fiber question specifically. Councilmember Salazar's. Did we want to address it, staff, or?
Sure. Sorry, Mayor. I did not know that was a request to address it. Yeah. So the question was, can the city obtain an outside investor for city net services? We have looked into opportunities to fund the fiber to the home project. We'll be talking about that with the city council when you receive the full consultant's report that, as the director mentioned, you'll receive at the conclusion of this month. And so I think all options to fund that will be talked about then, and so I'll just reserve that for that time.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Mason.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I guess the first is a comment, just thanking everybody, especially our new director, and I know Haiwan has been working really hard on the street paving plan. So I am so excited, I think, as everybody else is, to see our funds being used to, really redo our streets And I think those who live on the streets can't wait to see that change. So thank you to everybody who worked on that to really prioritize using the Measure G funds and other funds to make sure that our streets are improved. I think the next question I had was I think it would be the city manager. It's a broader question, but in this budget, what would you say is the biggest investment that's going to the library?
City manager.
Sure. Through the mayor, thank you, Vice Mayor Mason, for that question. I would say really twofold, and it's operating and capital. One is this budget reflects a full restoration of library services and library operating hours in their part-time budget that was reduced during the pandemic. With regard to capital expenditures, as the Public Works Director mentioned, we will be bringing a modified allocation, not increasing the overall cost of the capital budget, but reducing one project that we know is sufficiently funded and funding at $50,000 for code compliance for the library. Know that we are also looking at additional self-kiosk and checkout machines for the library, and we will be assessing that during the fiscal year. And should it seem like we can execute, we will bring that forward to the City Council during the fiscal year or at the next budget session.
You can check out your own books now. What would be the new kiosks?
There's a need to upgrade those kiosks and have additional IT upgrades at the library. They were not included in the proposed budget due to the analysis around a potential infrastructure bond. But since it looks like we will not be proceeding with that, we will go back and do an assessment on what capital improvements will be needed in the short term.
Okay. And then just kind of following up on the library. So does that mean when you say going back to regular hours, does that mean that the regular activities will be coming back soon? I know pre-COVID the events were full. I mean, it's one of the only opportunities for families who may not have funds to really enjoy quality programming. And so I really appreciate the work that the library did this weekend around Juneteenth, the work the library's been doing partnering with Arts and Culture Committee. But they also used to have like regular events downstairs in the basement, like magicians. They had little mannequin shows. They had a number of activities. And I'm wondering when those are going to go back to regular programming.
And so that is a very, very broad question, Vice Mayor Medina, and I want to be careful not to give a broad and sweeping answer. And so, yes, the budget includes full funding restoration for both full-time and part-time staff, and we anticipate returning to full-time hours. And we do anticipate returning to more in-person programs. I think one of the things that we've all realized in society, but certainly our library has realized, is that their virtual programming was quite successful. And I do think that they will be doing a deep program analysis and deciding, what programs come back as they were pre-COVID and what programs that they continue in hybrid, and some of the new programs that they started during COVID may continue in a hybrid or modified fashion. And so I don't want to give a broad sweeping answer that everything will be back as it was, because the honest answer is it probably won't be. But I do think that our wonderful library staff will strive to have programming that is high quality, fits within the budget, and meets the needs of the community as best as we can.
Yeah, so I just want to say to that, I'm only one council member, but I hope we don't stick with hybrid when it comes to quality programming. I think that you can have quality programming maybe with storytelling, which, to be fair, was always done by library even pre-COVID on Channel 1 at like 8 a.m. and 7 a.m. every morning. They read a book. I used to put it on for my kids when they were little. So we've always had that in a non-Zoom format. But there is a huge benefit of going in person and actually seeing a performance. So I would highly, highly advocate towards moving back to that. And if there is a budget need for it, I'd like to see see that at the end of the month in the budget. And hopefully there's support from council, because in comparison to what we've heard tonight, I don't think the funds would be significantly more to ensure that there's quality programming starting, in the new fiscal year, if it doesn't start sooner. The other question I had was around just activities. The Parks and Services or Community Services Department threw a wonderful event recently in the Community Day. Director Matola is definitely to be lauded for her efforts. I think it was a phenomenal day in downtown. So I also wanted to ask whether there's any budget being placed or set aside for Sunday Streets. That was one of the initiatives that we had put forth. And I didn't hear about that, so I just didn't know if it's because it's within the city manager's discretion or whether there's any plans to move that forward.
Again, thank you, Vice Mayor. Weekend programming in downtown is certainly a strategic initiative of the City Council, and I think we last provided our quarterly update to the City Council on strategic initiatives on May 10th. That remains a unfunded program, as well as a program that the organization does not have the resources to begin right now. What the department has done as emblematic of the Community Day reactivation is, as we have community programs, look for opportunities to have those downtown and create some vibrancy downtown. I think the desire to have weekend street closures, as well as more programmatic things, be it a farmer's market or wine stroll, would certainly be wonderful in our downtown. The honest answer is we're not staffed for that right now, nor do we have the financial wherewithal to put it on, and so that is currently not within the budget. In addition, cities that oftentimes have those sort of reoccurring programs have a strong partnership with the Chamber of Commerce or Downtown Business Association, and I know there's been conversations about working with those organizations and reactivating that, and we certainly will. But while Director Matola is not here, I will provide a little articulation of a conversation we just had, which was Community Day was an amazingly wonderful event. I think all that were there really enjoyed the reactivation, and the businesses really enjoyed it. After that, I knew that I would get some version of this request of, can we have more events downtown? And I said, hey, can we move movies in the park or concerts in the park downtown? That would be great. And we had a really good discussion on the level of effort that it takes to really do quality programming. And actually followed it up with a conversation looking at the resources that they have and what their work program is. And the honest answer is that department, with the staffing they have, and this next year needs to be laser focused on making sure that we open our Aquatic and Recreation Center with a bang, and apply their time and resources toward ensuring that we both plan for that facility, staff that facility, and have programming for that facility. And with their limited resources, I think we should be very cognizant on the additional programming that we task that unit with this year, knowing that based on our staff level, it's really, the direction of it is really top heavy in the organization.
Okay. I think that was going to tie back into the other strategic initiative, which was to have an incentive program to attract businesses downtown. And it sounds like that's not going to be a possibility this year.
Well, I wouldn't say that, responding to that question. That program is actually not led by our Community Services Department. That program really needs to be led by our Economic Development program that is really for our small and mid-sized businesses, is in its infancy. And we have had significant conversations on partnering with BARAC, the Bay Area Entrepreneurship Center, that is in downtown, and they recently hired a new executive director. And just yesterday, there was an email of communication between me and the director, or the director to me, about now that executive director has been selected, and will join to really begin our conversations on how to really leverage BARAC as a resource in our downtown for economic development. And those programs that you mentioned. And I will note just on that conversation that during COVID, we were successful in leveraging BayRAC as an organization that provided grants to businesses. So, should we develop a program or be able to provide funding, initially we would, I believe, look to BayRAC to be our partner to really administer that grant program. They were wonderfully set up for it during COVID, and I think would be a great partnership.
And I'm sorry, just one, one more question that's not related to these questions. Just a comment before I go to that. I think it would be great at the end of the month to see some kind of commitment to some funds that are going towards our downtown. I don't think it's a secret that I've been really disappointed that the Community Foundation has yet to put anything in writing that they're committing to our downtown or committing to any funds in our downtown. And it would be really ideal for the city to commit some funds for something downtown, whether it be an event, an art project, something along those lines. Because right now there's nothing that is clearly associated or dedicated to our downtown. The last question I just wanted to ask was just around the Rolling Wood lights. Can you just talk a little bit about the investment in Rolling Wood this next year from our budget?
That mute button is a killer sometimes. Again, through the mayor, Vice Mayor Mason, I think I want to take two questions. One is an investment in our downtown and our budget. I think it's worth noting that there is significant investment in active projects in our downtown. One is Posey Park, which is a city council strategic initiative and an active project. That is partially funded, and as we discussed, we'll need additional funds, and we've talked about both looking for city funds for that project as well as looking toward the community foundation. And when they presented to council on Tuesday, May 31st, they expressed a willingness to receive a grant for that and look at that dutifully. There's also Posey Park that we talked about tonight, $575,000 for downtown Posey Park, directed by the city council and in their strategic initiatives. $200,000 grant from the county, $375,000 allocated from city funds. In addition, there's a downtown parking meter project that is a significant endeavor to both introduce demand pricing and improve the availability of parking and push cars to our surface parking lots. And I think we all know that if you go downtown during the heart of the day on the weekend, there are often times where every on-street space is full, but there is space in the parking lots. And so there are two projects that the city council has directed, the parking meter project as well as the signage, and both of those projects are anticipated to move forward in the next fiscal year. And so I do think based on the resources that we have and our ability to execute, there are significant projects downtown. And I will also say that we did a reactivation of Community Day this year, and next year around this time, we will still be under construction of the RAC, and we are anticipating having Community Day downtown next year as well. And so that's with respect to downtown. With respect to the street lights at Rolling Wood, just for members of the public that may not have a background in what is going on, the city has an aging street light network that is on what's called a RO, or a regulated output circuit. And periodically, the street lights fail, and we've had a number of occurrences over the last 6 or 7 years where street lights have been out for 30 days plus. We recently had an outage in the Rolling Wood neighborhood where street lights were out on 2 different occasions for an extended period of time, I think 2 weeks plus. The city, we did take a urgent item to the city council to allocate initial funds to begin scoping a design replacement of that project. That is an active project that is underway in the scoping and phase. We are looking at, based on council direction, both a let's call it a normal street light system where the street lights are connected to the electrical grid, as well as a system where there are solar lights. And we are partnering with PG&E for utilizing some of their resources and research capability on solar lights. And so that project is moving forward in the feasibility stage. However, it's worth noting that the overall funding for that project is unfunded. And so that is one of the projects that we will be talking about when we receive the U2 community benefit funds or the development impact fees as a very much needed safety improvement.
Okay, so I think it's the other council members have some, they're going to have their comments too, but I would just ask that given that this community was without lights for such a long time, that we really should prioritize this, not as something where we have to find money, but where we budget for it because it's an emergency. And so where that money would be taken from, I think is maybe a conversation to be had internally, and then maybe a recommendation brought back to us. But I think that that's a very serious issue that I don't want to wait for funds to come. Hopefully we can start addressing it and get ahead of the situation.
Sure. Vice Mayor Mason, I just want to remind Council that the estimated cost of that project was $10 million. And so the statement that we don't want to wait until we receive funds allocated, right now we do not have the resources to move forward with that project. We really need to wait upon the receipt of development impact fees and community benefit funds from projects that the City Council have already approved and are underway, because right now we do not have the funds to begin with construction of that project. Now, the funds we do have, Council has allocated design funds for that project in the amount of $500,000. So Council did take that action this year, and so that project is moving forward in the feasibility and then the design phase. So know that we are moving forward on that, and it is a critical need and an emergency, but we need to get it fully designed, and hopefully by the time we have it fully designed, we are in receipt of the funds to begin construction.
Thank you.
Councilmember Medina.
All right, mute is off. Nice. Couple comments and a couple questions. I do support understanding the scope and cost of restoring the programming library programming that Vice Mayor Mason expressed. Be interesting to know how much that is that we're talking about. Don't need to now. I'm also interested in knowing as it's getting the cost for Community Day, what that fully costs, and how much funding we appreciated funding from the San Bruno Community Foundation to have Community Day downtown. And one thing I couldn't find, and as we're looking for ways to potentially fund an additional police officer, is are we anticipating any short-term rental income this upcoming year? I think that, but anyhow, those are the three things that I'm thinking about for the time being. So there they are.
Sure. Mayor Medina, through the mayor response to Councilmember Medina's question. With regard to short-term rental, yes, we have budgeted approximately $150,000 within the general fund for the short-term rental revenue, and so that those funds are already accounted for and included in the both revenues and expenditures. With regard to the additional library programming, I would ask for additional clarification because there are funds allocated in the budget for restoration of the library staffing budget, so that and programming budget. And so with regard to a request for additional programming, I'm not sure that if we look toward the pre-COVID funding, there is a additional allocation that we would recommend. I think if the City Council desires additional library programming, we can certainly look into that. Our ability to to develop that and bring that forward by the next year, or by the June 23rd meeting, we can discuss. And I'm sort of multitasking right now, but I'm also pulling up our presentation from the last meeting on May 31st, where the Director Matola noted that in the allocations in the proposed budget, there was a full restoration of the part-time funding to pre-COVID levels of service hours for full-time operations. And so we will certainly, we have included the funds for restoration of our part-time hours, which will allow us to do those pre-COVID programmings. But as I mentioned, what those programs look like, I certainly understand the desire to have more in-person programs. I think our library staff desires that. I just wanted to clarify that it may not look exactly like it looked pre-COVID. Some programs that were new, that were started hybrid, may continue, and some programs that were only in person may continue in a hybrid fashion. But we certainly understand Council's request and know that we've included funds for a full restoration of the part-time hours, which will allow us to do that in-person programming that we used to do.
Thank you. And the last one was the community day costs, right?
Yes, Mayor Medina, we will get that cost to you. I said Mayor Medina. Well, there is a Mayor Medina, but Council.
Yes, he's right. He's right.
We will get that cost for you and the Council by the next meeting on June 28th.
It's good enough. Thank you very much, and it was really fantastic.
Other questions, comments from colleagues? If not, anything else, City Manager, on this subject?
No, Council. I just want to thank you for the time, the questions, and this concludes our structured budget presentations. So we're able to get through it in 2 meetings, again, Tuesday, May 31st, and tonight. And thank you very much.
Thank you, City Manager, and thank you, staff. We'll move on to item number 8, comments from council members. I'll look around the room once, see for any hands, and then I'm going to say that's it. I see 2. Mr. Hamilton, Councilmember Hamilton, and then Vice Mayor Mason, please.
I'm the only one who doesn't get called Medina occasionally.
We can.
It's an honor.
It is an honor. I'm waiting for it. I just had a few quick comments. All thank yous for wonderful events that have happened here recently in the city. We've been talking about it here tonight. The Community Day was just a massively successful event. It was wonderful. I've received lots of feedback and 100% positive from everyone that I've spoken to, both from staff who worked so hard to put it on, from merchants, and most importantly from San Bruno residents and residents of our surrounding towns, who some of whom hadn't been downtown in quite a while. So it was just really, really, really wonderful. Don't want to understate how much work it was for staff to not only plan it but set it up and tear it down and manage it while it happened, and it just really went. It was wonderful. So I just wanted to send a big thank you for that. Also was able to attend the Juneteenth celebration this past weekend with my family in City Park. It was really well done and enjoyable and educational experience for all of us. And I wanted to thank the team for putting that on. And then today, you can see the mayor's background there, the dedication of Greenberg Field today, the reopening after the field being redone, thanks to the Junior Giants and the Giants Community Foundation. So that's why I'm sporting my jersey today. It was that was also another wonderful event. So lots of great things happening. I just wanted to spread some thanks around for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Mason.
Yes, I'm on the, just echoing Councilmember Hamilton. I was about to call you Medina by accident. Just because of the joke that's going around. It's been a long day. I just wanted to also just shout out to some community members because I think, so I don't repeat what Tom said, I think that the last couple of weeks have just been it's just been wonderful to see community building in San Bruno, see people coming out and getting to know downtown again. The community day, I think Karen Cunningham was just so vital and pivotal. She was essentially like the unsung mistress of ceremonies. So I just want to shout out to her because leading up to the event, I had so many calls with people asking both about what they can do about the Posey Parade and then what they could do with Community Day, how they can be involved, how they can be in the parade. And she was just very seamless and really tried to work with everybody to ensure that everybody who wanted to be included could be included. And so a huge shout out to Karen. I think for Juneteenth, Rhonda Collins, Melissa Rolfe, and Barbara from the library, they did just a phenomenal job. I didn't know about the Cappuccino principal who had been here for over 20 years, and his talk about the work he's done around equity while he was in San Bruno was very enlightening, along with the principal who followed in both. So I think just the ceremony they put together, the speeches, it was very nice, very informative. The food was great from the Rib Shack, and thank you to the city manager for just leading and supporting all of these efforts. And then the last, when I went to Sunday, on the last day was the San Mateo County Fair. Our own Stephen Seymour was asked to actually lead the art exhibit this year, and that's quite an honor for the entire county. And the artists that he put together, the lineup he put together around music and art from all different kinds, all different types of artists, was really quite beautiful. When I walked in, it was already Sunday afternoon, and the place was packed. So that's a good showing, because a year ago it was not the same, and it's not to say that the person who procured everything wasn't it. We were also still in COVID, but I do just have to say that it was a great job, and San Bruno's Carlos, better known as Koki, but our local muralist was also there finishing up a mural that was in the San Mateo Daily Journal the week before. So it was just a really great couple weeks here in San Bruno, and it's just been so nice to highlight San Bruno residents in the county, leaders in the county who are really getting things done. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilor Medina. Mr.
Yes.
Medina.
Yes, Mr. Medina, Mayor Medina. To not be so repetitive, but it was really incredible here. I think my colleagues have covered the majority of it. I also want to point out that Stephen Seymour also was pivotal in getting the artists and the vendors set up with Karen Cunningham for Community Day. So today's event at Greenberg Field, it has the same dirt as Packville Park. Is that still Packville Park? I don't even remember. But anyhow, and Alex Wood was there, and who pitched yesterday and was there for the kids today. And it was really amazing to see how nice something in San Bruno could be. And the Rotary and the Lions were there to help barbecue, and staff were there, and it just was just an incredible event. I did want to acknowledge that as much as it pains me to say this name, the Dodgers won PB baseball championship this year, and they beat the Hawks. It went to 3 games, and those are 2 really good teams. So I tip my hat to them. As much as it pains me that there's even a team named the Dodgers in the Bay Area. It's kind of weird, but anyhow. So thank all staff too for dealing with the budget and getting us to where we are throughout everything. So thank you everyone.
comments. Real quick, I'm going to try very hard not to mention what already has been mentioned, but I do want to acknowledge Saturday also was a busy day, but I mean, there was cleanup that began at Posey Park, and that's going to be established back again. Was able to do a little bit there, not a lot. Heading off to the city of Millbrae, where Councilmember Hamilton was as well, as we joined Millbrae for their ribbon cutting for their new recreation center, which opened. And the unique is that when it was first dedicated in 1970, there was a mayor there that dedicated it back there, and the mayor was there Saturday to see the dedication of the new two-story facility. Very, very nicely done. Also had the opportunity to go to an Eagle Scout honor, the honor court, and that was always a pleasure to see the young people, what they've accomplished, what they've done, and the projects that they've gone through. Going back a little bit to attending the Cappuccino graduation, it was great to see again, and just inspired by the diversity of even the welcoming, 7 different languages, the band that played at the county fair, that also played 2 songs at the graduation that were students of the graduating class of 2022, and was able to hand, as an alum, was able to hand each graduate a rose upon their graduation after getting their diploma. Also that night was the honoring of police and fire, which we did have police and fire that were honored and acknowledged. The Lions, back after a couple of years, for obviously due to COVID, held that in Foster City, and so it was nice to be there and to be a part of that, where it shows our public safety here in San Bruno as well as across the area, what they do each and every day. And then I think it's already been alluded to about Greenberg Field. I also want to talk, we're talking baseball, so baseball games that were held at City Park, the traditional ones on Posey Day. I want to thank the Lions because it is the Lions Posey Parade. So I always want to acknowledge that and make sure that they know that we're aware of that. And I think that is about it. I'm sure there's more to come. But anyway, thank you everybody for your patience. And thank you staff and the team for tonight. And most everybody will be adjourning. However, we, the City Council, and some staff will be continuing on. We need to go back, and we had 2 items on our closed session. One was existing litigation, and one was negotiations. Because there were 2 items that needed to be placed on, we were not able to conclude. So the City Council is going to go back into closed session upon this adjournment, and the City Manager Council has sent us a link for that meeting. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and wish everybody a very good rest of your evening. Thank you for your time, diligence, and for being here. And to the staff and the team, thank you very much. You make things happen and make it work here today. So with that, meeting adjourned. Everybody have a good, safe rest of your week.